The 68th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay will lead the chamber in prayer.
Panginoong Diyos, Ama naming mapagmahal at makapangyarihan, nagpapasalamat po kami sa kaloob ninyong panibagong araw na mayroong dalang pag-asa. Sa pagharap namin sa panibagong buwan, bigyan mo po kami, Panginoon, ng sapat na lakas para harapin ang mga hamon ng buhay. Sa pagpapatuloy ng aming sesyon, dalangin po namin na kami inyong patuloy na basbasan at patnubayan upang magampanan namin ang aming mga tungkulin at responsibilidad sa bayan at sa aming kapwa. Sa inyong mapagmahal na kamay, matamo sana namin ang kasaganahan, maranasan sana namin ang kapayapaan, at maghari nawa ang kalayaan at katarungan sa aming bansa. Ang lahat ng ito aming hinihiling sa ngalan ng Ama, Anak, at Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Thank you. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senators Angara,
Present.
Binay,
Present.
Cayetano, De Lima, De La Rosa, Drilon,
Present.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Present.
Ontiveros,
Present.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Present.
Pacquiao, Pangilinan,
Hindi yan, dito yan. Pwede ba yan?
Pwede.
Ah.
Pwede.
dyan. Pangilinan,
Present, sorry.
Pimentel III. There. Poe,
Present.
Recto,
Present.
Revilla Jr.,
Present.
Tolentino, Villanueva,
Present.
Villar,
Present.
Zubiri. Senate President Soto III is present.
With 10 senators physically present and 12 virtually present for a total of 22, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the 67th session, Tuesday, June 1, as it is still being ratified. We finalized.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The journals deferred.
Mr. President, I move to proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business. Messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 1 June 2021, it designated Representatives Tan, Gonzales II, and Belmonte as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Number 5870 entitled An Act Establishing a 300-Bed Capacity Tertiary Training and General Hospital in Barangay Mauway, City of Mandaluyong, to be known as the Senate President Neftali A. Gonzales General Hospital and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 1 June 2021, it designated Representatives Tan, Abueg, Zaldivar, and Belmonte as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Number 2582, entitled An Act Increasing the Bed Capacity of the Lying-in Clinic in the Municipality of Rizal, Province of Palawan, from 10 beds to 20 beds, upgrading its service facilities and professional healthcare services, authorizing the increase of its medical personnel and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 1 June 2021, it designated Representatives Tan, Estrella III, and Belmonte as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Number 6850, an act establishing a general hospital in the municipality of Rosales, Province of Pangasinan, to be known as the Eastern Pangasinan Regional Medical and Trauma Center and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 1 June 2021, it designated Representatives Arroyo, Chanco, Suntay, Vergara, T, Zubiri, and Dagook as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 9323, an act establishing the regulatory framework for the safe operations of the liquefied petroleum gas industry, delineating the powers and functions of various government agencies, defining and penalizing certain prohibited acts, and Senate Number 1955, an act providing for the national energy policy and regulatory framework for the Philippine liquefied petroleum gas industry.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 1 June 2021, it adopted Senate Number 2220 as an amendment to House Number 9487, entitled An Act Enhancing the Powers and Functions of the Joint Congressional Energy Commission, further amending for the purpose Section 62 of Republic Act Number 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, as amended.
To the Archives.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2249, an act providing protection to cooperative depositors and establishing the Philippine Cooperative Insurance Corporation, defining its powers and functions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Pangilinan.
Referred to the Committees on Cooperatives, Banks, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Number 2250, an act encouraging and promoting the use and development of satellite-based technologies for internet connectivity, introduced by Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committees on Public Services, Science, Technology, and Finance.
Senate Number 2251, an act mandating government financial institutions to create a bank account for every unbanked Filipino and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Banks and Finance.
Senate Number 2252, an act mandating the creation of a local housing office in every city and municipality, providing for its powers and functions and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Lapid.
To the Committees on Urban Planning and Local Government.
Senate Number 2253, an act providing for additional capitalization of the Social Housing Finance Corporation, SHFC, for implementation of the Localized Community Mortgage Program, LCMP, introduced by Senator Lapid.
To the Committees on Urban Planning and Finance.
Senate Number 2254, an act converting the Solana Extension Campus of the Cagayan State University, Municipality of Solana, Province of Cagayan, into a regular campus of the Cagayan State University to be known as the Cagayan State University Solana Campus, and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Higher Education and Finance.
Senate Number 2255, an act declaring Pekang Falls in the Municipality of Sinait, Beques Falls and Arisudusod Falls in the Municipality of Cabugao, Pikang Falls and Turtarayok Falls in the Municipality of San Juan, Pimader Falls, Pimilov Falls, and Alvin Falls in the Municipality of Santo Domingo, and Burayok Falls, Nagbaldi Falls, Masungad Falls, and Pundo Falls in the Municipality of Bantay, all located in the Province of Ilocos Sur as ecotourism sites, and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
Senate Number 2256, an act declaring Kapangyan Falls in the Municipality of Bataraza, Province of Palawan, an ecotourism site, providing for its development and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
Senate Number 2257, an act declaring Pauay Lake National Park, located in the Municipality of Pauay, Ilocos Norte, as a protected area under the category Protected Landscape, providing for its management and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Environment and Finance.
Senate Number 2258, an act renaming the Municipality of Rodriguez in Province of Rizal as the Municipality of Montalban, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Local Government.
Senate Number 2259, an act converting Bagong Farmers Avenue 1, traversing Barangay Tumana in the 2nd District, City of Marikina, into a national road, introduced by Senator Marcos.
Referred to the Committee on Rules. The 2258, you can secondarily refer to the Committee on Electoral Reforms.
Senate Number 2260, an act establishing the economic zone and free port in the province of Southern Leyte, creating for this purpose the Southern Leyte Economic Zone and Free Port Authority, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Marcos.
Referred to the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Number 2261, an act amending Article 1741 of the Family Code and Article 364 of the Civil Code, introduced by Senator Soto III.
To the Committee on Women.
Senate Number 2262, an act regulating the production, importation, sale, distribution, provision, use, recovery, collection, recycling, and disposal of single-use plastic and single-use styrofoam products, introduced by Senator Pacquiao.
To the Committees on Environment, Trade, and Finance.
Senate Number 2263, Motorcycle Rights and Safety Act of 2021, introduced by Senator Pacquiao.
To the Committee on Public Services and Finance.
Senate Number 2264, an act to strengthen the integrity of the Philippine passport issuance procedure and penalize violations thereof, thereby repealing Republic Act Number 8239, otherwise known as the Philippine Passport Act of 1996, as amended by Republic Act Number 10928, introduced by Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance.
Senate Number 2265, an act institutionalizing the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary, amending for the purpose Section 11 of Republic Act Number 9993, otherwise known as the Philippine Coast Guard Law of 2009, and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Gordon.
To the Committees on Public Services and Finance.
Resolutions, PS Resolution Number 738, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committees to conduct a further inquiry on the government's efforts to address the purpose and objectives of the new Centennial Water Source Kaliwao Dam project and to resolve the concerns affecting the furtherance of said public works project, introduced by Senator Pacquiao.
To the Committees on Cultural Communities and Public Works.
PS Resolution Number 739, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation to assess the preparedness of basic education institutions to conduct classes and to open safe schools for school year 2021 to 2022
To the
towards
Committee,
the crafting of complementary and mandatory legislation to ensure the delivery of quality education, whether through distance learning, face-to-face classes, or other alternative delivery modes, introduced by Senator Gatchalian.
to the Committee on Basic Education. Is there a PDP Laban political party meeting here?
Yes, yeah.
Mr.
I can see
President.
Mr. President. Mr. President, we
Mr.
recognize the
President.
minorities.
Minority Leader is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. This is just a brief motion, manifestation and motion. Mr. President, just in the minority representation in the Commission on Appointment and the Senate Electoral Tribunal for the third regular session of the 18th Congress from July 1, 2021 to June 30, 2022. For the Senate Electoral Tribunal, Senator Kiko Pangilinan will replace Senator Risa Hontiveros. And for the Commission on Appointment, Senator Kiko Pangilinan will replace Senator Risa Hontiveros. May we move, Mr. President, these colleagues of ours be elected to the positions, to the bodies that where they are nominated. This representation will stay in the Commission on Appointments.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none. So recorded, elected.
Yes, may we request the Secretary to notify the Commission on Appointments and the
Yes.
Senate Electoral Tribunal of this.
Yes, the Secretariat
Thank
is
you very much, sir.
elected to inform the Senate Electoral Tribunal and the Commission on Appointments on the election of the members of the Senate. Majority Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we recognize the distinguished Pambansang Kamao Manny Pacquiao for his privileged speech, just really quickly, the ratification and adoption of bicameral committee reports on schools that we had approved recently, Mr. President. We are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 5870. This is the Senate President Neptali A. Gonzalez General Hospital. With the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson, Senator Go. Mr. President.
Senator Bongo is recognized.
May we, Mr. President, may we request to just submit into the records the sponsorship of the BICAM report and the corresponding joint explanation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Is so inserted into the records.
Therefore, Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 5870. Let the text of the joint explanation be inserted to the records of this chamber, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill 5870 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are also in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 6850. This is the Eastern Pangasinan Regional Medical and Trauma Center. Once again, may we recognize the sponsor, Senator Christopher Bongo.
Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, we request to just submit into the records the sponsorship of the BICAM report and the corresponding joint explanation. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right,
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader.
I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 6850. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, the BICAM report of the disagreeing votes of House Bill 6850 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Thank you, Mr. President. And finally, we're in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 2582. This is the Rizal Palawan Lying-in Clinic. May we recognize again the sponsor, Mr. President, Senator Christopher.
Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we request again to just submit into the records the sponsorship of the BICAM report and the corresponding joint explanation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to the sponsor, Mr. President. I move that we approve and ratify bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 2582. And let the joint explanation once again be inserted into the records of this chamber.
Any objection?
Did I sign?
Any objection? Hearing none, the bicameral conference committee report of the disagreeing votes for House Bill 2582 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Thank you very much to our dear colleagues. Mr. President, our distinguished colleague from Sarangani and General Santos, our Pambansang Kamao, and the People's Champ would like to deliver or avail of the privilege hour, Mr. President. May we recognize the distinguished gentleman?
Yes, Mr. President, just a little correction, Mr. President, before with the indulgence of the chamber, just a correction. I earlier manifested that Senator Pangilinan will replace Senator Hontiveros in the SET. I'm sorry, Mr. President, it's the other way around. We made an error.
I suspected that, but nevertheless, place on record that Senator Risa Ontiveros is replacing Senator Francis Pangilinan in the SET and vice versa for the Commission on Appointments. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct, sir. Yes, that's correct, sir. Thank you very much.
I was actually thinking, Mr. President, that Senator Pangilinan was a very lucky man if he gets to sit on both constitutional bodies. But yes, thank you for that, Mr. President, to the Minority Floor Leader. Once again, may we recognize the Pambansang Kamao, Mr. President, Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao.
All right, Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao, the champ, from the gentleman from Jensan and Sarangani is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, thank you for this opportunity. Good afternoon, Mr. President. This Monday, Luzon was placed on the red alert status due to additional power plant outages, Mr. President. The Department of Energy reported that the 316 megawatt GMEC or GMAC coal-fired power plant Unit 2 went offline on Tuesday due to a suspected boiler tube leak. The DOE stated that the plant is expected to be back online by June 8, 2021, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is on top of the reported power plants that were on outage Monday, including the GN Power Dinginan coal-fired power plant Unit 1, San Roque Hydroelectric Power Plant, and Sual coal-fired power plant Unit 2. We learned that from 1,285 megawatts force outages on Monday, Mr. President, this has increased to 1,579 megawatts Tuesday. The available power capacity on Tuesday also declined to 11,408 megawatts from the previous day's reserve of 11,729 megawatts, Mr. President, while peak demand is slightly higher from Monday's 11,514 megawatts to yesterday's 11,593 megawatt power requirement. Ano po ba ang epekto nitong rotational brownout, Mr. President, sa ating mga kababayan? Lalong-lalo na doon sa ilang bahagi ng Metro Manila, Bataan, Batangas, Camarines Sur, Nueva Ecija, Pangasinan, Isabela, pati probinsya ng Ifugao, Mr. President, and Mindoro Province, Mr. President. Mr. President, naawa po ako sa mga naghihirap nating mga kababayan, pati na ang mga naghihikahos na mga negosyo na apektado nitong brownouts, Mr. President. Karamihan sa mga work from home arrangement, Mr. President, ay umaasa sa mga gadgets at internet connection. Kahapon nga po, ang ilan sa ating mga kasamahan ay nawala ng signal dahil sa brownout. Okay lang po doon sa mga may mga generator sets. Pero paano po naman ang mga kababayan natin na wala po silang mga generator? Hanggang kandila lang po ang kanilang bilhin dahil walang budget po para sa ganitong sitwasyon. Emergency lamps at power banks, Mr. President. Mr. President, ano po ba ang contingency plans ng Department of Energy? We have the capability to address this problem, Mr. President. Nagkaroon po ng hearing on Joint Congressional Energy Commission noong April 27 upang pag-usapan ang power demand supply outlook for the summer. Matatandaan po natin na tinanong ni Senator Coco Pimentel si Secretary Cosi kung may chance ba, malaking chance na magkaka-blackout o brownout or power outage ngayong summer. Ang sagot po ng ating secretary, I discussed the scenarios in case of power plant breakdown. He ended his reply by saying, through the end of the year, the supply is breaching the blue line. So we have enough contingency, regulating and dispatchable reserve. That is the comfortable level that we have. So to make it short, sa ngayon po wala tayong makikitang high risk kung magkakaroon tayo ng shortage. Patuloy pong nagtanong si Senator Coco Pimentel, Mr. President, tungkol sa estado ng power plants. Secretary Cosi said that they are very particular about the preventive maintenance of the power plants. Towards the end of the statement, Secretary Cosi said, sa simula pa lamang ng pandemic na ito, and I am very proud to say na the Energy Secretary prepared for a contingency of business continuity plan in case a situation arises. And in fact, mayroon tayo ngayong nangyari, and it is major tinutuloy natin ang mga to make sure na ang business continuity plan is in place and hindi tayo magkakaroon ng interruption, Mr. President. Sa joint hearing na yan, paulit-ulit na tinanong ng ating mga mambabatas kung magkakaroon ba ng power interruption mula April hanggang June. During that hearing in April, Senator Sirwen Gatchalian, Chairman of the Senate Energy Committee, emphasized that there should be an impeded power supply, especially for the cold storage facilities of COVID-19 vaccines. Isa po yan sa mga kinababahala natin, Mr. President. Sapat nga ba ang power supply para sa mga cold storage facilities ng COVID-19 vaccines, Mr. President? Kunting flashback pa, Mr. President. Do we remember that time in 2016 when brownouts hit Luzon? It was around July and August, Mr. President. That year when power supply ran short, there were simultaneous maintenance shutdowns and forced outages of several power plants due to technical glitches, Mr. President. 5 years ago, Secretary Cosi declared that there is no looming power crisis. And here we are, having brownouts, Mr. President, nasa red alert pa naman tayo ngayon. We are expecting bigger problems pertaining to power supply. Have we done enough preparations for the surge in power supply demand this summer? This is a recurring problem, Mr. President. We cannot rely on the same strategies to solve this problem on the rapidly growing demand for power supply. We need to innovate. We need to secure renewable energy sources. Mr. President, I'm with Senator Win Gatchalian and our colleagues in the Senate in calling for accountability for all the concerned agencies. We need proactive leaders. We need dedicated officials who will fulfill their sworn duties and responsibilities to the Filipino people. Paulit-ulit po, ako nananawagan, Mr. President, na itigil na muna natin ang politika. Napakarami po nating problema na dapat nating harapin at hanapan ng solusyon. Pero nakakalungkot isipin na yung ibang mga opisyales po natin na dapat ay mga siwa ng sitwasyon, ng mga problema natin na kinakaharap natin ngayong panahon na ito, Mr. President, eh wala po tayong, ang inuna po ay yung pamumulitika, Mr. President. I'm talking directly to Secretary Jose, Mr. President, na as a PDP member, kasamahan sa partido, kung ano man yung mga ganyang sitwasyon, ano man yung mga pagkukulang natin ay nakaka-apekto sa aming mga PDP members, Mr. President, na kasama namin sa isang partido. Yun po ang ano natin, nadadamay tayong lahat doon sa mga problema na nangyayari ngayon. Marami pong naapektuhan. Hindi lamang po ang mga maliliit na tao, pati po yung mga malalaking mga businessman, Mr. President. Sa isa pong blackout, Mr. President, ilan pong, hindi po siguro million o billion ang nalulugi ng Pilipinas natin kung nagkakaroon ng blackout, Mr. President. Yan po ang sinasabi ko na unahin po muna natin yung pagtulong. Kaya po, pag politika ang pinag-ausapan, partido, aayusin natin yan in the right time. Walang problema dyan. Pero ang ibig kong sabihin, yung problema muna ng bansa natin at upagin natin dahil maraming mga kababayan ang maapektuhan pagka nagkaroon, especially this crisis, Mr. President, na nagkakaroon ng blackout, Mr. President, sa Metro Manila and other places in this country, Mr. President. Maraming naapektuhan, especially yung pag-aaral ng mga bata sa school. Yung mga estudyante natin na nag-online, ang dami nag-online ng mga estudyante natin ngayon, hindi pumapasok. Yung negosyo pa. 3 senador, Mr. President, wala kahapon dahil sa brownout, Mr. President. Naapektuhan sila. So, ang ibig ko lang sabihin dito, hindi naman sa personal kong concern, kundi sa lahat ng mga concern, Mr. President. Anticipated ko na kasi yan na pag dumating yung problema, ang partido natin, ang partido ng PDP, ang maapektuhan dahil the Secretary Jose is a member of PDP party, Mr. President. So lahat kaming mga members nadadamay kami. So that's our concern, Mr. President. We're not going to talk about politics right now. This is not the right time to talk about politics, Mr. President. At nais ko lang naman sana na yung problema na lang muna natin ang isiguraduhin muna natin. At kailangan wala pong maantalang business at saka yung mga pag-aaral ng mga kabataan, Mr. President. Especially yung concern natin sa storage ng COVID-19 vaccines, Mr. President. Pag yun ang nantala, ilang bilyon ang malulugi sa atin, mawawala sa atin pag yun na nasira yung mga vaccines natin na nakalagay sa storage, Mr. President. So yung concern po na yan, Mr. President, naway mapansin at bigyan ng aksyon na matugunan lahat ng problema. Hindi ito para sa akin kundi para kanino man, kundi para sa sambayan ng Pilipino. Na ipakita natin as one party, nagtatrabaho tayo para ipakita naman natin na ang mga PDP party power, especially pagdating sa implementasyon at pagdating sa pag-solve ng problema. Yan po, hindi po tayo dapat mag-away-away, dapat magkaisa po tayo in terms of, especially in this crisis, Mr. President. We should pray together para po tayo ay may biyaya ng Panginoon at iligtas tayo sa kapahamakan. Yan po, Mr. President, naway magbigay aral sa ating lahat. Ako man ay pwede rin uma-accept din ako ng advice, anything na advice na makaganda sa atin, makaganda sa aking trabaho. No problem with that. But this advice is, I think, very important na unahin lang muna natin yung trabaho natin, saka na yung politika. Kaya nag-divide divided yung mga tao because of the politics. So saka natin pag-usapan yung politika pag may eleksyon na, pero hangga't walang eleksyon, wala pang eleksyon, wag muna tayo mag-usap ng politika, pag-usapan natin kung paano tayo makakontribute at paano natin ma-resolve ang mga problema ng ating bansa. Yan po, kasi naapektuhan din ang ating Pangulo niyan. No? Ay pinagkatiwalaan ka diyan ng Pangulo, nilagay ka diyan dahil tiwala siya sa iyo ka. Ay hindi yung madismay yung Pangulo sa iyo, naglagay sa iyo. So kailangan ipakita din natin na may accomplishment tayo nagawa. So Mr. President, yan po ang aking saloobin at maraming salamat lalo sa aking mga colleagues.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Aquilino Pimentel III to interpolate the good gentleman.
Senator Aquilino Pimentel III is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. With the permission and consent of my good friend, Senator Manny Pacquiao, the world champion, if he will entertain some questions to pursue the subject matter of his speech.
Willingly, Mr. President, for my continuing education.
But I'd like to congratulate you, sir, for bringing this to the attention of the Senate, because I have also received a lot of messages from our friends who are our constituents, because nationwide ang constituency natin. Yun na nga, reklamo about the so-called brownouts. And then according to our majority leader, not less than 3 of our colleagues were cut off from yesterday's session because of power outages. Tatanong ko nga si majority leader kahapon, ano nasa rules natin? Paano yung mga yun for that period of time that they are forced offline? What happens to their Senator Drilon, Senator Binay, Senator Angara were the ones cut off because of power outages. So dapat i-review din natin yung rules natin, because this is involuntary. They have been involuntarily cut from the session. They want to attend the session, but there are factors beyond their control. But that is my point, because is this now a factor within the control of the DOE, of the department in charge of our energy matters, energy sector? I attended the hearing called by our chairman of our Committee on Energy. As mentioned in the speech, it happened last April. Pala yun, Chairman Senator Win Gatchalian. And I think, if I remember correctly, the theme of the hearing was really to know about the power situation, especially during the summer months, if I remember correctly. And I attended that session. And in that session, in that hearing, one of the main messages I got was the confidence of the Department of Energy that they have everything under control. And I think there was even a statement that amounting to a guarantee that there will be no power outage or outages during the summer period or these coming months. And then, so what has happened? No, so I attended that hearing. They presented as their basis some complicated graphs. We tried our best to understand the color-coded graphs, where we learned that there are 3 kinds of reserves. Tama ba yun, Mr. Chairman of the Committee on Energy? 3 klaseng reserves pala yan that we require. But in effect, Mr. President, from that hearing, I got the guarantee that there will be no power outages. And yet, ito na, naranasan na natin. And then the statement is that by June 8, 2021, we can expect that everything will be back to normal and no more power outages. So, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, how believable will this statement be now? Because the same guarantee was given in the hearing in April, and now we're being told June 8, tapos na po ito. So, dapat ba, ano po dapat natin gawin na Mr. President? Maniniwala ba tayo? Anong level of confidence natin sa mga ganitong statement from our Department on Energy?
I'm hoping, Mr. President, na magkatotoo ito yung June 8 deadline na hindi na tayo magkakaroon ng blackout sa Metro Manila. I'm hoping saka lang natin masasabi na hindi nga kung dumating na yung June 8 at magkakaroon na tayo ng peace of mind na hindi na tayo mag-alala pa na bumili ba ng generator o sa sarili ng bahay, paano yung hindi makabili ng generator. So I'm hoping na ito yung kaya ako nag privilege speech today dahil gusto kong ma-secure na kasi maraming mga estudyante nag-aaral ngayon online eh.
Online.
So isipin mo yung 30 minutes, isang oras na na brownout. Wala nang ano pang matutunan ng mga bata noon?
Kami nga, Mr. President, sa a portion of Concepcion 1 in Marikina, wala ng power kagabi ng 10 p.m. at bumalik yung kuryente kaninang umaga ng 9 a.m. So this is no longer a brownout. This is actually a blackout. I mean, kailan ba na-imbento kasi yung salitang brownout just para palambutin lang yung salitang blackout. That's blackout. That I hope the Energy Department will take a look into this if this is a result of these power plants getting offline or of some other reason. No? Pero malaking bagay po yun. Ngayong panahon na grabe ang init, ngayong panahon na online halos lahat, ngayong panahon na maraming negosyo, maraming online na klase or online na negosyo, doon sila nagde-depend at ngayong panahon na napakahirap, i-installment ang ating mga kababayan, mamili ng mga appliances kasi yung power outages can also cause the destruction of electrical appliances. Lalo na kung unannounced, unplanned, iwan naka-plug, tulog kayo, nawalan, pagising nyo, pagbalik. So, pinaghirapan po yun, pinag-ipunan. So, dapat yan, naiisip natin lahat yan eh.
That's correct, Mr. President. And also, Mr. President, pagka nag-blackout and then hindi mo na-off yung appliances mo, pagbalik nung ang lakas humigop ng kuryente nun. So, tataas yung, maapektuhan yung appliances mo, at tataas pa yung yung bill mo sa kuryente. Isa po yan. Isa po yan sa pero ang pinaka problema po talaga diyan, isa sa malaki makasira ng appliances. Pag nasira yung appliances mo, ang damage. Not only that, Mr. President, every blackout, hindi milyon ang nalulugi, billion ang nalulugi ng Pilipinas. Maraming maapektuhan ng mga businesses, Mr. President.
So, yun po yun, at least pinapaalam ko din sa inyo na hindi lang ito mga minuto o oras-oras. Merong documented case kagabi, ilang hours yun, 10 to 9 would be an 11-hour power outage in a portion in Concepcion 1 in Marikina City. Nangyari po yan. So, yun na nga, in spite of some assurances, so kasi ang aking expectation kasi as we have organized our government, so we have a Department of Energy, so all energy matters, sila in charge, sila expert. So sila, pag magsalita sila na walang power outage, dapat siguro maniwala naman tayo. Tama po ba yun, Mr. President?
Dapat maniwala tayo, Mr. President, dahil isa siyang secretary.
Pero tapos mangyari may power outage.
Pero
anong mangyayari sa credibility?
Pag ganyan ang mangyayari, Mr. President, sinabi niya tapos hindi nagkatotoo, kung ilang beses paulit-ulit yan, maaaring magkamali sa isang beses, pero kung paulit-ulit yan, bakit pa tayo maniniwala? Diba?
Kasi ang sinabi ko, Mr. President, nung hearing na yon, sabi ko, Ang assumption ba natin dito, Mr. Secretary, ay in perfect running condition lahat ng power plants? Okay, alam daw nila kung kailan mayroong mga planned shutdown, alam nila naka-schedule daw 'yan. O sabi ko, di naniniwala naman tayo na in good running condition yung mga power plants. Nagpapadala ba tayo ng mga magche-check para yung mga statements naman nila papaniwalaan din naman ng Department of Energy. So ang sagot is we have a system in place. Kaya po nakakagulat na all of a sudden, in spite of the guarantee from the Secretary of Energy, this happened na meron tayong mga power outages. So siguro, I don't know if our Committee on Energy has scheduled another hearing. We can probably request for another hearing to follow up to find out what happened. Kasi and then ingat-ingat na tayo when we hear some guarantee statements kasi wala pa lang. Baka aminin na lang finally sa larangan ng in the field of energy, no one can really give a guarantee. Siguro dahil may mga unplanned shutdown, yung hindi na foresee, nasira ang planta, pero bakit kasi nangyayari yun? Dapat kung binibisita regular na maintenance, dapat ma-minimize man lamang yan. At hindi aabot tayo ng 9-hour, hindi 9-hour, 11-hour power outage like what happened in Marikina, a portion of Marikina City last night.
Mr. President, what I say, Mr. President, is as a secretary of the department, Mr. President, you have all powers to exercise your power. You have the authority to exercise your power na maiwasan yung blackout. Yung power mo na para gawin mo lahat ng kaya mong gawin para maprotektahan ang ating sambayan ng Pilipino na hindi magkaroon ng blackout o brownout, Mr. President. Pero brownout or blackout said is the same.
Parehas lang.
Pinaganda lang. So, ganun po, Mr. President. Kung ako, in my, like in boxing, ma-apply ko kasi sa career ko, Mr. President, ganyan eh. In boxing, pag may pagkukulang sa akin, sa aking style, sa aking footwork, sa aking depensa, lahat, everything, kasalanan ko yun kasi hindi ko ginawa. Ganun din yun kung yung responsibility natin na gawin natin yung trabaho natin kapag nagkakaroon ng problema, ikaw ang masisisi, yan po yun. Kaya ngayon, sinong sisihin namin? Alangan naman kaming mga tao, kaming mga consumers ang sisihin. Di yung secretary ng energy dahil ikaw ang namumuno dyan.
Sige po, at I hope we can get to the bottom of what caused this unforeseen or unpredicted and unexpected power outages. Kasi sometimes I get the feeling din, hindi naman tayo pinanganak kahapon, di ba? Sometimes nangyayari noon na mayroong mga power outages tapos bigla na lang mayroon ng proposal na price increase in the cost of power or electricity. Sometimes may mga ganon, pinapalambot ang hinahanda ang populasyon, pinapalambot ang populasyon, papakita na ganito ka-importante ang power sa inyo, pinapatikim sa atin na walang power. So I hope this is not part of a scenario where there will all of a sudden from out of nowhere be a proposal or an idea that there is now a need to increase the price of electricity or the cost of electricity. Sana po hindi. Sana may totoong may maganda. Ano yung Senator Lacson kanina sa CA sabi natin, there's a credible, understandable, reasonable, and satisfactory explanation of what happened. Otherwise, we will be entertaining these ideas that this is part of a scenario which is detrimental to the best interest of the people, lalo na yung mga nahihirapan ngayong panahon. Sana. So that's all I can wish for right now. It's just a hope nga na gano'n, no? And then let's just find out ano ba talaga ang nangyari. Then from then on, we gauge on how reliable is the word being given to us, especially if these are guarantees, mga confident statements na we are on top of the situation. And then yung situation na ayaw mo mangyari, nangyayari. So that's my hope, Mr. President, and I congratulate my good friend, the gentleman from Mindanao and the rest of the Philippines, for taking up this topic, bringing it to our attention, and hopefully it will lead to another hearing by the proper committee, more investigative in nature. Tsaka siguro magtanong na tayo ng mga pointed at mahihirap na questions sa hearing na yun, na talagang demanding accurate answers and reminding the person who is answering that, we are, you are recorded and we are remembering every word that you are saying.
Tama, Mr. President. Dapat, ito lang napapansin ko. Alam mo, kaya sa totoo lang, Mr. President, punong-puno ako eh. Kumbaga, punong-puno ako ng yung pag naghihiring sana, itong request ko lang, pag naghihiring kasi ilang hearing nagaganap dito sa Senate. Kasi yan ang trabaho natin, tinatanong natin lahat mga problema, solusyon. And nakikita natin yung sinasabi nilang solusyon, ito yung problema, solusyon. Pero ang problema, Mr. President, panay hearing lang tayo tapos pagdating niyan walang nangyayari. Sa totoo lang, napupuno talaga ako. Ayaw ko yung mag-uusap tayo dito tapos pagdating ng hearing, pagkatapos ng hearing, after lilipas na lang yung taon, ilang taong lumipas, yung pinag-usapan na solusyon, hindi naman lang ginagawa. Kaya walang nangyayaring resultang maganda. Dahil walang ginagawa eh. Puro pag-uusap lang ng problema. Yan ang problema talaga natin. Sa totoo lang, yan ang nakikita ko kung lahat ng pag-uusap at solusyon na pinag-usapan dito, pinag-usapan ng problema, may solusyon na pinag-usapan, kung lahat yan ginagawa, malayo na narating natin, Mr. President. Yan ang nakikita ko. Kasi ako, boxer ako eh. Pag nagtitraining ako, ayaw ko yung nandyan palagi yung style ko, yung stamina ko. Gusto ko may improvement, may development, week, month. Ganun ang prinsipyo ko. Hindi ako yung mag-uusap tapos kung anong problema, solusyon ng problema tapos walang mangyayari. Napupuno ako. Napupuno ako sa mga ganyan, Mr. President, yung walang resulta. Kasi gusto ko may resulta, may nagawa na solusyon doon sa problema.
So, salamat po, sir, and I look forward to the investigative hearing that this August chamber will hold on this subject matter. So, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dillon, the minority leader is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from General Santos yield the floor to a few questions from this representation? Pwede ho ba magtanong sa ating...
In Sarangani, Mr. President.
Ay, sorry, Sarangani. Sorry. Yes.
Minsan in Sarangani, Mr. President. Willingly, Mr. President, for my continuing education.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, una po, hinahangaan ko po si Senator Pacquiao dahilan sa kanyang dinala ito sa Senado, itong problemang ito. At kahit po kasama niya sa partido, ang Secretary of Energy, hindi po siya nagdalawang isip para po dalhin ito sa kaalaman ng ating mga senador. So ang unang tanong ko po, dito po sa power outage, sino po ang nagkulang, Mr. President?
Mr. President, like I said, na ang nagkulang talaga dito yung sekretary. Ang sekretary talaga, Secretary Cose, dahil ikaw ang namuno, ikaw ang sekretary ng department ng energy. So, kung ano mga problemang ganito, ikaw talaga ang may problema kasi you can exercise your power to solve the problem. Ikaw ang may command responsibility for this problem lahat. Kahit nakasama kita sa partido, ang atin dito nadadamay kaming lahat dito sa partido pag ganyan ang resulta ng trabaho mo. Ang akin dito, Mr. President, is gusto ko lang na kahit kasama kita sa partido, ang intention natin is para sa taong bayan. Hindi ito parang sarili natin, kundi para sa taong bayan. Sa bansa natin na magkaroon tayo ng development. Hindi ito, lilipas lang din tayo dito sa mundo. Ang importante yung maiwanan natin at yung legacy na maiwanan natin, accomplishment natin dito sa mundo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Kaya nga po ako hubahanga sa ating butihing senador dahilan sa kahit po kasama niya sa partido dahil may pagkukulang ay talagang ilalabas niya ang kanyang damdamin. Ngayon, sinabi po ng ating butihing senador na sabi niya, I am calling for accountability. Ang ibig sabihin, the accountability of the Secretary of Energy, si Secretary Gusi. Ano pong ibig sabihin ng accountability dito? Hindi po maliwanag sa inyong habang lingkod kung ano pong ibig sabihin ng calling for accountability. Anong accountability po ang hinihingi ng butihing senador?
Kailangan po panagutan niya yung mga pagkukulang niya sa kanyang pagsiservisyo. Kasi mahirap naman yung nagkamali ka, itong problema na to, hindi mo inaksyonan, hindi mo ginawa, pinag-usapan na natin in the past, few hearings dito sa Senate, pero hindi nangyari pa rin itong ganito, hindi mo sinigurado, talagang kailangan mong panagutan itong problema na to. And I hope that the President will take action on this problem kasi hindi ito isang tao lang maapektuhan kundi sambayan ng Pilipino at hindi ito milyong pesos lang ang malulugi ng bansa natin kundi bilyon pag ganitong palaging may blackout.
Pag sinabi po ng ating butihing senador na may pananagutan, ang ibig bang sabihin ay kailangan magbitiw ng pwesto si Senator Cusi?
Secretary Cosi po, Mr. President.
I'm sorry. Ang ibig po bang sabihin, nananawagan ang Senator Pacquiao na dapat magbitiw na ng pwesto sa Secretary Cusi? Dahil siya po ang may pananagutan nito, siya ang nagkulang at maraming nahihirapan, maraming napipinsala dahilan dito sa kanyang kakulangan at pati ang Pangulo ay napapahiya rito. Yun ba po ay yun ang hinihiling ng Senator Pacquiao na magbitiw na ng tungkulin si Senator Cusi, si Secretary Cusi?
Mr. President, may marami akong kakilala mga opisyalis from other country, Mr. President. Pag ganitong mga failure, Mr. President, kusa silang nagre-resign. Kusa silang nagre-resign, Mr. President. Hindi na kailangan tanggalin ng presidente. Pero dito sa atin, may due process tayo. Then, i-explain niya, ipakita niya na makarecover tayo na hindi siya nagkulang or nakulang na talaga dahil magkaroon na ng blackout So, ipakita niya yung sincerity niya, na ayusin niya yung problema na ito at hindi na maulit. Kasi kung paulit-ulit yan, para tayong niloloko nito, Mr. President, at pangalan natin at kapakanan ng taong bayan ang hindi natin iniisip.
Tama po yan at sinabi mo nga kanina na paano pa tayo maniniwala kay Secretary Cusi na hindi niya naman natutupad ang kanyang pangako dahilan sa sinabi niya noong Abril wala ng brownout, wala ng power outage, ngunit kahapon buong hindi ko alam kung anong extent pero pati tayo dito sa Senado na wala ng kuryente. Kaya ang sinasabi mo hindi ka naniniwala kay Secretary Cusi, ganun ho ba yun?
Yes, Mr. President, hindi ako naniniwala sa kanya kasi sinabi niya, inassure niya na hindi magkakaroon ng blackout, Mr. President, at ngayon nangyari nga ito, Mr. President. So, sabi ko, kailangan ng accountability, Mr. President, at it's not our part to make decision. It's a prerogative of the President if tanggalin siya or bigyan siya ng chance. Yun po, Mr. President, but kailangan ma-explain niyang mabuti kung anong naging dahilan at maipaliwanag niyang mabuti dahil hindi po ito simpleng problema kundi napakalaki po ng problema na ito.
At tama po yan, Ginoong Pangulo, ang sinabi ni Senator Pacquiao na nasa kay Pangulong Duterte po kung tatanggalin niya si Secretary Cusi. Kung kayo po ay magiging Pangulo at meron kayong Secretary Cusi sa inyong kabinete, tatanggalin niyo po ba siya?
Mr. President, sa tanong mong 'yan, alam mo sa totoo lang, ako kasi boxer. Ayaw ko yung mabagal pag sinabi mong 2 araw tapos na, 3 araw tapos na. Ayaw ko yung unless may sabihin ka mag-extend tayo ng 1 araw pa. O pag sinabi mong 6 na buwan, pag sinabi mong 1 taon, tapos na yung trabaho mo, maayos na, wala nang shortage sa bansa natin. Kailangan ipakita mo, i-prove mo unless kung may talagang hindi mo sinasadyang pangyayari, magkaroon ng blackout, hindi mo na saklaw yun, hindi mo na kagustuhan yun. Pero kung yung ganitong problema na paulit-ulit na nangyayari, wala kang silbi dyan sa posisyon mo. Kung ako ang palitan kita, maraming deserving na mamumuno dyan.
Kaya nga po tinatanong ko dahilan sa...
The audience is not allowed to applaud, to applaud. It's not allowed in the Senate. Go ahead.
Mr. President,
Can I have a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President, to applaud?
It's no longer necessary. They already did.
Well, I withdraw that request, Mr. President. Just a few more points. Kayo po kilalang malapit kay Pangulong Duterte. May balak po ba kayong kausapin si Pangulong Duterte para tanggalin si Secretary Cusi?
Mr. President, itong panawagan natin ito, I'm sure makarating to kay Presidente and maghintay na lang po tayo ng action niya. I think alam na niya itong malalaman niya itong pangyayari na ito.
Oh. Dahil ito na may publikong hinahayag mo, ay narinig siguro ni Pangulong Duterte na dapat tanggalin na si Secretary Cusi. Ganun ho ba?
Mr. President, that is prerogative to remove him from his position, yung pagiging sekretary niya. Sa atin po ipinapadama lang natin sa Pangulo yung naging problema at naging pangako niya dito sa ating investigasyon dito sa Senate na in-assure niya na hindi magkaroon ng blackout. At ngayon nagkakaroon ng blackout, so yun po ay pananagutan niya.
Okay. Habang nagtatalumpati po kayo kanina, Senator Pacquiao, nakatanggap ako ng tawag at ang tanong, baka naman nag-privilege speech at privilege speech si Senator Pacquiao dahilan po nag-aaway sila sa partido ni Secretary Cusi. At ang sinasabi, away ng mga politiko yan. Hindi tama yung, hindi kami naniniwala na yan po ay dahilan sa paniniwala ng Senator Pacquiao na talagang may pagkukulang si Secretary Cusi. Ayaw ko pong paniwalaan ito, ngunit ano po sabihin ko sa kanila?
Mr. President, hindi naman po dahil sa may kami ni Secretary Cusi, may alitan kami sa partido namin. Para pong magkapatid, kahit magkapatid mo, nagkakatampuhan kayo, pero hindi po yan dahilan para po dito sa privilege speech ko po. At ito po para po sa accountability po nating lahat nasa gobyerno, na pinagkatiwalaan ng tao. Yan po kaya nandito ako to speak on behalf to the people, to the Filipino people. Kahit sino man, kapartido ko man o hindi, accountable tayo sa mamayang Pilipino dahil tayo ay hinalal, binoto nila at nilagay dito sa posisyon natin para gampanan ang ating mga tungkulin, Mr. President. Kaya nandito tayo accountable sa lahat ng mga problema na nangyayari sa ating bansa. Hindi lamang si Secretary Kose kundi tayong lahat na nandito sa gobyerno. Yan po yung dahilan diyan. Ang sinasabi ko, yung problema namin sa parito, huwag niyo pong alalahanin yan. Maliit lang po yan na problema at parang away ng pamilya, magkakapatid po at resolbahan po namin yan sa loob ng bahay namin.
Tama po yan. At muli, on the record, humahanga po ako kay ating kaibigan si Senator Manny doon po sa kanyang mga pahayag. Ang ibig sabihin, he can rise above politics and criticize his party mate if there is need to criticize. And so for the record, I just want to place my admiration, ang aking paghahanga kay Senator Pacquiao dahilan po sa kanyang pinakita na tapang ngayong araw na ito. So maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, Senator Pacquiao, sa inyong panahon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dillon. And Mr. President, ulitin ko lang para sa sambayan ng Pilipino. Nandito ako para sa taong bayan. Hindi ako nandito para sa pamilya ko o kaninong tao. Para po sa taong bayan. Yan po ang commitment ko. Salamat po.
Mr. President.
May we recognize first Senator Chairman Gatchalian, the Chairman of the Committee on Energy, and then we will recognize Senator Francis Pangilinan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first of all, I'd like to thank Senator Manny for bringing this to the fore. Truly, our biggest fear has become a reality. Last April 27, we conducted a hearing wherein Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Angara, and Senator Binay were there precisely to listen to the Department of Energy on this risk and danger of having brownouts in different parts of our country, specifically Luzon, actually, in that time. And we all knew that the vaccination rollout was the most important activity in the next few months that the country will embark on. So we took it in the committee to conduct this hearing, and we requested DOE to make an official statement precisely on this risk of having a brownout. So let me just confirm what Senator Pacquiao mentioned earlier, that indeed the DOE assured the committee and the members that there was no brownout, or the risk of brownout is not there. So let me just read the statement of Secretary Cusi when he was asked by Senator Pimentel at the time. Secretary Cusi answered, so to make it short, sa ngayon po, wala tayong nakikitang high risk kung magkakaroon tayo ng shortage. And to follow up that question, I asked Director Marasigan, who was tasked to present all the different colored graphs during that time. But to summarize his statement, he as well assured the committee, and he said, we are not immediately seeing potential alerts for the rest of the country. So we were assured by no less than the secretary and the person in charge of the power sector at that time. That's why the official conclusion of the committee was that there was no potential brownout in the next few months. The country is assured to have continued supply of electricity, especially during the vaccine rollout. So yesterday was a surprise, Mr. President, and we were caught off guard. In fact, my first reaction was, paano na po yung mga vaccination centers po natin? Paano na po yung mga work from home? Paano na po yung mga online learning and distance learning? Because alam ho natin na putol-putol na nga yung internet, ngayon putol-putol pa yung kuryente. So yun po yung unang reaction ko. And I just want to ask our good colleague, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pacquiao, nakuha niyo ba kung ilang pong kabahayan, barangay at munisipalidad na nawalang kuryente po kahapon?
Can I have a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President, to review my notes, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President, the question, Mr. President, we do not have exactly the available data on that item, Mr. President. Perhaps maybe our committee chairman on energy can provide us with the information, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I took it upon myself to look at the concerned areas that were hit by the brownouts, Mr. President. So yesterday, 339,000 households lost electricity, 90 barangays lost their electricity, and 16 LGUs, municipalities and cities, lost their electricity, Mr. President. And I can attest that even in Valenzuela, there were 2 vaccination centers who lost their electricity yesterday, Mr. President. Dahil pag manual load drop, di naman napipili ho micro yung lugar eh. No, per barangay po yung kanilang load dropping. So that's why that's my biggest fear, Mr. President, because yesterday in Valenzuela, dahil wala pong kuryente, we had to resort to a manual registration instead of a computer registration. And because a lot of our senior citizens couldn't bear the heat yesterday, because instead of a 45-minute turnaround per vaccine, per patient per vaccine, it took them about 2 hours for one turnaround for one patient. So marami po nag-back out nung nakita po nilang pila-pila na doon po sa vaccination center. So this is a critical situation, Mr. President, and I would like to request the Department of Energy to get all hands on deck, especially in the next 8 days, because from the forecast that I am seeing, there'll be problem of load dropping in the next 8 days, Mr. President. So I would like to commend the good Senator Manny Pacquiao for raising this issue, because this is not a 1 or 2 day problem. It's going to persist in the next few days. And I understand from General Galvez that the private sector vaccines will also arrive in the next few days. So ayaw ho naman natin na dumating na ho yung mga bakuna, tapos wala pong refrigerator, wala pong kuryente sa mga vaccination sites. And this is our biggest fear in the next few days. And Mr. President, I agree with Senator Manny that this is not a isolated problem in 2021. In fact, in 2016, we also had a hearing on the same matter on potential brownouts. On 2019, the same po, April, during the summer, and this year. So even in the past po, meron na ho talaga tayong problema pagdating ho dito sa brownouts pag summer po. So I will heed to the recommendation of Senator Coco Pimentel to conduct another in-depth, comprehensive investigation on this matter, as well as looking for long-term solutions. Tama ho si Senator Manny. Importante ho dito hindi lang yung investigasyon kundi solusyon, no? Dahil sawa na ho tayo sa investigasyon. So kasama ho natin si Senator Manny para maghanap po ng permanenteng solusyon para hindi na tayo magkaroon ng mga ganitong banta ng brownout tuwing summer season. So again, thank you very much, Senator Manny, for raising this, and I'd like to thank Senator Coco for also joining that hearing, because he was a witness to the assurance of the DOE that there will not be a brownout. There will not be brownouts this coming summer. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's what I'm talking about, Mr. President, na since 2016, nagkakaroon na ng blackout dito sa Metro Manila, Mr. President. And that was 5 years ago. Ano ba yung solusyon? Ano ba yung naging problema noon at hanggang ngayon nandyan pa rin? Ano bang ginawa nating solusyon doon sa mga problema? Kasi ayaw ko ng ganun eh. Ayaw ko ng for how many years na natin pinag-usapan yung problema, tapos hanggang ngayon 5 years ago na ganun pa rin yung problema. Para tayong ang tag nito yung stagnant water ba na hindi gumagalaw. Parang wala tayong ginagawang solusyon doon sa mga problema hanggang pag-uusap lang. Ang akin lang dito, Mr. President, hindi lang naman si Secretary ko, of course, siya ang head ng energy, but lahat kami dito, lahat tayo rito, Mr. President, pagbubutungan ng galit ng mga tao dahil nandito tayo sa posisyon para gampanan yung trabaho natin. Hindi ito pang personal, hindi ito dahil sa personal, no. Ito ay tungkulin natin na resolbahin bawat problema. Kung nandito tayo sa gobyerno sa posisyon, wala tayong nagawang solusyon doon sa problema. That was 5 years ago na pinag-usapan na, baka hindi pa, 10 years ago na, ganyan pa rin ang pinag-usapan natin, wala tayong ginagawang development o improvement dito o solution sa problema. Alang mangyayari sa ganyan. Katulad ng sinabi ko, kung tinatanong ni Drillo ako, tanggalin ko agad kung hindi ka karapat-dapat dyan sa posisyon na yan. Yan ang totoo. Ba't mo ipapanatili yung tao dyan kung hindi karapat-dapat yan, walang ginawang accomplishment? Nakakahiya doon sa masisira ang pangalan ng ating Pangulo. Masisira ang pagtitiwala ng Pangulo sa iyo kung ano. Ganun din po sa mga tao ko, sa bahay ko, pag hindi ko mapagkatiwalaan, tinatanggal ko pag hindi sumusunod sa akin. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nais nating malaman kung maaari bang magtanong ng ilang mga katanungan sa ating butihing senador mula sa Sarangani.
Willingly, Mr. President. Thank you.
Maraming salamat. Kanina nabanggit ng butihing senador na sa mga hearing, pinag-uusapan ng solusyon pero hanggang pag-uusap lang at siya ay napupuno dahil hindi naman ginagawa yung mga solusyon. Anong mga solusyon ito na sa palagay ng butihing senador ang dapat gawin? Sa
Mr.
problema,
President, ang kulang talaga sa atin yung shortage natin sa power. Dapat magdagdag tayo. Matagal ang pinag-usapan niya. Dapat magdagdag tayo. Huwag tayo mag-rely doon sa mga existing na power natin. Especially, nasisira pa siya. So, dapat magdagdag na talaga. May solution ka dapat para madagdagan yung power supply natin dito sa bansa natin. Kasi yan ang first concern ng isang investor para pumasok dito sa ating bansa. Yung supply ng power.
At palagay niya bakit sa kanyang palagay kung ang solusyon ay dagdag ng power, bakit hindi nangyayari?
Yun po ang sinisigaw natin ngayon na kailangan maimbestigahan, may accountability po at aksyonan ng ating Pangulo at para hindi naman hindi rin masira ang pangalan ng ating Pangulo.
Ito ba ay kakulangan sa paghahanda o pakikipag-usap sa mga investor? Ito ba ay problema ng kawalan ng tiwala ng mga maaring mamuhunan sa sektor ng power generation? Sa palagay ng ating butihing senador, ano kaya ang bottlenecks dito sa hindi madagdagan ang kapasidad ng power generation sa ating bansa?
Diretsuhin ko na lang, Mr. President, he is incompetent sa posisyon na yan dyan. Mr. President, ako kasi, pag may problema ako sa style, in boxing, example ko na yung style ko. Pag may problema, ganing kasi patakaran ko eh. Pag may problema ako sa style ko, halimbawa sa footwork ko, i-improve ko yung footwork ko. Okay, ganun yung yung sa style ng position ko, i-improve ko yan. Same thing with our job. Our job here is to legislate and investigate in aid of legislation. Ay, ginagampanan po natin ngayon yan. Yan po ang ginagawa natin dito. At inimbestigahan natin bawat problema, pinag-uusapan yung solusyon ng problema. At ang gusto natin ay may karoon ng resulta at yung pinag-uusapan natin ito na solusyon ng problema. Yun po ang gusto natin eh. Kasi ayaw natin yung walang nangyayaring resulta. Ayaw natin yung paulit-ulit ilang dekada na tayo nag-uusap ng problema ng bansa. dito sa Senado pero walang nangyayari.
At gaya na nabanggit kanina ng butihing senador, dahil incompetent, dapat tanggalin.
Ayun po ay kung tayo lang masusunod gusto ko tanggalin na eh. Pero that's a prerogative of the president to remove.
Pero yes, at sabi nga, kung ikaw ang presidente, tatanggalin mo. So ano ang masasabi mo kapag hindi tinatanggal ang incompetent, paano na tayo? Ano ang palagay ng ating butihing senador?
Mr. President, it might the president giving him a chance para ipakita yung pagiging competent niya, yung ability niya to perform his duty.
At hindi dapat at hindi dapat kinokonsente ang incompetence, tama po ba?
Yes po, hindi po dapat kinokonsente dahil ito ay kapakanan sa sambayan ng Pilipino. Hindi ito para sa sarili natin, hindi ito para sa akin o pa kanino man, kundi para ito sa sambayan ng Pilipino. Nandito tayo dahil para magserbisyo sa ating mga kababayan, ma-deliver natin ang magandang pagserbisyo. Paano i-deliver natin blackout?
Yes, tama po. Matindi itong problema ng kawalan ng electric power sa ating bansa. At dapat yung mga in power ayusin itong kakulangan ng power, hindi po ba?
Tama, Mr. President. Katulad sinabi ko, kung ako ang investor na papasok dito sa bansa natin, ang una kong itatanong paano kumusta naman yung power supply?
Yes.
Enough ba? Nagkakaroon ba ng problema? Yan ang una kong tanungin. Kung ako ang investor na papasok dito sa bansa natin, isa yan sa pinaka-problema ng ating bansa na dapat tugunan.
So kanina, yes.
Sige po.
Yes, kanina nabanggit. Sige, tapusin na po ninyo yung punto ninyo, butihing senador.
Salamat po. Hindi po ito yung magkaroon lang tayo dahil sa magkaroon lang po tayo ng posisyon diyan sa gobyerno. Ang importante diyan, pag nandiyan ka nakaposisyon, gampanan mo yung trabaho mo para maging proud ka naman. Sabihin mo sa mga tao na ito yung accomplishment ko, ito yung nagawa ko. Hindi yung sa ibang bansa kasi pag may failure yung isang secretary voluntarily nagre-resign dahil napapahiya. Yun po yun.
At para protektahan, sabi mo, ang Pangulo, hindi po ba? Dahil siya ang naapektuhan dito, tama po ba yun?
Hindi lang po ang Pangulo, kundi ang dignidad ng ating gobyerno.
Yes.
Ang Pangulo, pag sinabi nga, kaya ang mga tao nawalan ng tiwala sa gobyerno. Pag sinabing gobyerno, parang iba na kagad yung inasa isip ng tao. Kailangan, pag sinabing gobyerno, siyempre.
Nabanggit kasi kanina na parang masisira si Presidente sa ganyang klaseng mga incompetent, hindi po ba? Yun ang nabanggit nyo kanina. Tama po ba yun?
Yes po, kasi kung...
Yes. And my last point na lang, Ginoong Senador. Kanina sabi nyo, huwag pag-usapan ang politika. Dapat nagtatrabaho. Sino ho ang namumulitika?
Ito pong kamakailan lang po kasi gusto ko lang pong isalaysay sa inyo na nagpatawag po ng national meeting ang secretary ng DOA ng sa Cebu. Naganap po 'yon sa PDP, sa partido namin. At sinabi ko na wag muna natin pag-usapan yung politika, wag muna natin kasi mahirap pa ang sitwasyon ngayon. Pwede kang mahawaan ng virus at saka marami pa tayong inatupag. Habang naganap naman po 'yon, nangyari po na Monday ginanap yung meeting at saka Monday po yung magkaroon ng blackout sa Metro Manila area. So,
Yes.
ibig mong sabihin nakakahiya as same party, partido PDP, nagmi-meeting doon samantalang dito sa Metro Manila nagkakaroon ng blackout. Paano 'yun?
So in other words, hindi lang and this is my last question, hindi lang incompetent, namumulitika pa. Hindi po ba?
Yun po, tigilan natin ganyan. Mahirap yung mga ganyang attitude, mga ganyang style. Dapat talagang ipakita natin pagdating ng eleksyon, saka tayo mamumulitika. Eleksyon pag walang eleksyon, dapat trabaho tayo, gampanan natin. gampanan natin yung trabaho natin na pinagkatiwala sa atin ng tao.
At bilang acting president ng PDP, yun ang concern ninyo. Na
Yan po ang concern namin. Nakakahiya dito sa isang sa partido, kasamahan sa isang partido lang na wala tayong magawang mabuti at accomplishment sa ipakita natin sa taong bayan.
Wala na po akong tanong, Ginoong Senate President. Maraming salamat kay Ginoong Senator Manny. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Grace po is recognized.
Mr. President, nais kong pasalamatan ng ating butihing senador na galing sa Sarangani na nabanggit niya na talagang problema sa ating bansa, yung mga gustong mamuhunan dito, yung mga investors, ang kakulangan sa supply ng kuryente. Pag nagkakaroon talaga ng mga, hindi lamang kakulangan, pagiging mahal pa minsan ng supply. So maraming salamat at yan ay nabanggit ninyo dahil napaka-importante yan. Maliban sa kuryente, nandun din ang problema sa infrastruktura na napakahalaga. At alam ko naman may puso siya para sa ating mga kababayan na nangangailangan. Kaya kung ano man ang naging punot dulo nito, ang importante ay kung sino man ang dapat managot at kung ano man ang pwede nating gawin para maayos ang sitwasyon ay magawa natin. So maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And one thing, Mr. President, yung blackout kasi, Mr. President, pag ano, isa rin yung sa especially sa yung trading industry natin, Mr. President, yung sa online, naapektuhan po yan, Mr. President, dahil isang 1 second, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, malaking bagay po yan sa isang nagtitrade po ng business trading. Yun po ang malaking epekto dyan. Malaki po ang diferensya niyan pagdating po sa 5 seconds, 10 seconds na lahat, higit sa lahat po yung mga vaccines natin na naka-storage po, pag nag-blackout, maapektuhan po yon. Baka ma-damage lahat, ilang billion, ilang milyon yung pera na ginastos natin para mabili, para ma-vaccinate ang ating mga kababayan. Yun lang po, Mr. President, pinapaabot lang natin, ginagampanan natin yung trabaho natin dito, naway itong privilege speech ko, magbigay leksyon at makaabot doon sa kinauukulan at aksyonan kaagad itong problema, Mr. President. At i-assure sa atin ulit.
So ang dating na sa amin at sa mga nagbabanggit sa akin dito sa text, ang mensahe mo ay pareho ng mensahe ng dating Pangulo nung araw na kapag ikaw ay membro ng kabinete at namumuliti ka na, mag-resign ka. Tama ba yan?
Tama, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That was a very interesting exchange today.
Majority Leader.
Hi, may we recognize Senator Pia?
Senator Cayetano is
Thank you.
recognized.
Just a quick statement, no, because I don't want there to be a vaccine scare, but it's a valid discussion that was brought on the floor. But that's precisely why, from the start, the Committee of the Whole of the Senate was always insisting that we have those reputable cold storage facilities, because the reputable one, they have mechanisms in place, including yung mga generator, to ensure that this will not happen. So I just don't want to send out a scare there that is unnecessary. But so I'm quite certain for vaccines like Pfizer that have to be really in a very specific temperatures, the more that the cold storage facilities are very careful with it. And that's why, from what I know from my ATF, the likes of Pfizer will just be in Metro Manila and other key cities because it's harder to transport. So wag naman tayo mag-create ng scare. Yun lang naman yung akin doon. I would be more scared for the vaccines that are refrigerator type only. Dahil yun yung nadadala sa probinsya at baka dun mag-brown out, dun black-out. Let's call it what it is. It's a blackout. That is a valid concern. So I just wanted to spread that into the record. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Going back to what I said earlier, this is a very timely speech of the gentleman because, yeah, in the middle of the vaccination program, yung mga bakuna po natin ay 1 degree lamang po, maiba, lalo na sa Pfizer, mahirap na. So, Mr. President, I move to refer the privileged speech of the ensuing interpellations and the ensuing interpellations to the Committee on Energy for proper action. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, referred to the Committee on Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, moving back to our agenda, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2232. So,
Any objection? Hearing
before we
none,
do that, I believe yes. Before I withdraw my manifestation, my motion, Mr. President, because I believe the lady senator would like to just make a quick manifestation on a particular topic and then proceed to the amendments. May we recognize the distinguished lady senator?
Are you withdrawing your
Yes.
motion first?
Yes, Mr. President.
So the motion is withdrawn. The Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's very quick. It's just that I missed the opportunity to say something during May 31, which was just 2 days ago, which was World Tobacco Day. So I would like to stand today, Mr. President, and just spread into the record this data, which is very important for all of us to know. I'd like to start quickly with a John Hopkins study made by Patricio Marquez, a senior associate in John Hopkins. And he states that smoking kills more people than COVID-19. Cigarette smoking is not only the most common form of tobacco use, but one of the leading preventable risk factors for premature mortality worldwide, killing more than 8 million people a year, including users and non-users being exposed to secondhand smoke. So he even ventures to say that tobacco smoking is estimated to have killed 100 million people in the 20th century, and estimates suggest 1 billion people could die from smoking this century if no action is taken. In the Philippines, Mr. President, 23.8% of Filipinos in the age group of 15 years and above use tobacco products. And among the youth, age 13 to 15, 16% use tobacco products. And there is a 2.5% of usage of smokeless tobacco products. There is also a lot of secondhand smoke exposure among Filipinos, especially in restaurants and public transportation, even though this is prohibited, and also in their own homes. As a health consequence, about 110,000 Filipinos die from tobacco-related disease every year. And I would like to add that now we are actually discussing on the floor e-cigarettes and vapes. And the question is whether these products will really help you quit smoking. The science behind e-cigs show that there are still many toxic substances in them, even when compared to traditional smoking. While e-cigarettes are touted as a less harmful alternative to present smokers, the market has also attracted minors due to the range of juices or flavors available. While smokers might think of switching to e-cigs in an attempt to quit, there is no proof of it being an effective quit method. Anecdotally, yes, there are smokers that say that they have made the switch, but there are many now who are dual users, hooked to both smoking traditional cigarettes and now using e-cigarettes. And it has been shown that non-smokers who start vaping are twice as likely to start smoking. So, Mr. President, since we have a bill regulating heated tobacco products and vapes on the floor, I hope that in celebration of World Tobacco Day, in the days and months to come that we debate this bill, we will truly regulate the use of e-cigarettes, which is also a harmful product, and not promote it and make it accessible to the youth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Right, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, do you want it referred to a committee or no? The Committee on Health? Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Move to refer the speech of the lady senator from Taguig to the Committee on Health, Mr. President.
To the Committee on Health. So referred.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2232.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of 2232 is in order.
Mr. President, we are in the period of amendments and may recognize the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized the period of amendment.
Thank you.
Huh? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President, I was going to say that our office received amendments from the various senators, so I think it would be more practical to go page by page. I will
Yes.
start with my amendment per page, if any, and then I am aware of who they are, but if they want to speak and deliver it, by all means, I also have a copy. So
If they have anterior amendments to what you're proposing. All right, let's start with page
Mr.
one.
President,
Senator Hontiveros, recognized.
thank you, Mr. President. Just to briefly manifest, Mr. President, that even as we go page by page and line by line, before I present my proposed amendments to the good sponsor on the appropriate pages, I will just make a brief presentation to lay out the rationale for my proposed amendments. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, good sponsor.
All right, page one. Any amendments on page one?
Mr. President, before we start, I'd just like to spread it into the record, some clarifications from the interpellation yesterday, because some of our colleagues, I may want to contribute on this matter, so I'd just like to spread this into the record in general, Mr. President, there was a couple of senators who made discussions on third-party auditors. So I just like to be sure that everyone is aware of this, that in 2019, there was a COA observation. I think Senator Joel, you brought that up, right? Okay. So that was already expressed by Senator Joel about the COA observations on the need to revisit the contract. And on July 2020, PAGCOR agreed to revise their agreement with Global COM RCI to implement COA audit's recommendation to amend the contract price, which was approved by the Board of Directors of PAGCOR. But what I want to be clear about here is that was July 2020, almost 11 months ago. And when I asked for the status, PAGCOR said to me that the said revised agreement is still being routed for signature. So, and just to add to the issues that we have to deal with, I mean, this is the third-party auditor. This is the provision in our bill that is supposed to give us some degree of comfort that tama na yung mga calculation. Dahil nakita nyo naman dun sa presentation, iba numbers ng BIR, iba numbers ng DOF, iba numbers ng PAGCOR. So this is supposed to give us comfort, and yet the contract is still being routed for signature after 11 months. So I cannot understand what's there, and I don't want to be the one held accountable for this. That's why I'm spreading this into the record, that this is a serious matter, and I want the assurance also of our agencies that they will take this thing seriously. Otherwise, we're practically just allowing this what should have been a revenue-making bill for the country to be just used for I don't know what purposes. So that's my grave concern, Mr. President. And one more thing is on the inspection. I was also very happy to report to our colleague, Senator Joel was one of those who asked about this, that there's a joint inspection being done. And in 2020, they conducted 196 inspections of establishments. But in 2021, one. I don't understand why. So pakitang tao lang ba yung 2020 tapos ngayon wala na? So that really is very bothersome for me, Mr. President. So anyway, that's spread into the record, and on that note, we can begin with the amendment proper.
Mr. President, very quickly.
Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, very quickly, just a request for a submission of documents to the committee and to this representation. The 196 inspections, we would like to know the names of these
Who
companies.
they are, yes. We asked for that. Do we have it? Okay, I'm relaying that to my staff because I did ask them for a copy because we want to know who these are. I will update His Honor in a short while if we
Yes,
have it
yes.
within a few hours or what.
Thank you. We want this because we want to know who are being spared or who are being given such special treatment that 190 of them have suddenly not been expected for this year. This is quite disturbing, Mr. President. But thank you, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you.
All right, page one. Amendments to page one.
Mr. President,
Senator Villanueva.
if I may, thank you, Mr. President. On page one,
May I ask His Honor, just give me 10 seconds. My My files are in my laptop, so.
What is the line in your page 1, Senator Villanueva? What line?
It is before the first section, Mr. President. We are proposing to insert a new section before the first section, which would be the.
So you
It
are
should be
saying
the
that your amendment is before line 1 of page 1?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right.
If I may continue, Mr. President.
Of course, because there is no anterior amendment to that.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Insert a new section entitled Declaration of Policy. Section 1, Declaration of Policy. It is hereby declared the policy of the state to promote a just and dynamic social order that will ensure the prosperity and independence of the nation and free the people from poverty through policies that provide adequate social services, promote full employment, a rising standard of living, and an improved quality of life for all. Towards this end, the state shall pursue policies and programs that are sustainable and consistent with the values and aspirations of the nation. The state continues to strictly regulate all forms of legal gambling and prohibit all forms of illegal gambling. While doing so, the state recognizes that revenues generated from legal gambling businesses are not a sustainable source of income. The state further recognizes that all forms of gambling have consequences to Philippine society in general and to Filipino families in particular. Thus, the state shall continue to zealously implement laws, rules, and regulations, and to strictly regulate gambling in order to ensure that legal forms of gambling are undertaken in a fair and responsible manner, and to mitigate, if not eliminate, the social ills of gambling. For this purpose, the recognition of legal forms of gambling, including offshore online gaming, shall not be construed as a favorable state endorsement of such activity.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes, Mr. President, subject to style, I might think of words to improve yung mitigate and mitigate if not eliminate. I totally agree, just style, but definitely we accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
You're sure it's a declaration of policy, huh? I thought it was a privileged speech.
Mr. President,
Senator Leon, the minority leader, is recognized.
we have no problem with the substance of what you call as privileged speech. We have no problems with the declaration of principle, but we just want to invite the attention of the good sponsor and Senator Villanueva that this is not a standalone law. This is an amendment to the NIRC. So as a matter of form, I do not know if we can have a declaration of policy in the middle of the statute. We are talking about section 22. Are we saying that we should have what? Section 21? Well, I mean, this is an amendment to the NIRC. A matter of form, Mr. President. I have no objection. I have no problems with the substance. But where do we place it? I hope you...
What does the sponsor say? Would you like a...
If I may, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Villanueva.
Just like in when we pass create, Mr. President, it is not. We also have that declaration of policy, Mr. President. I know it's quite long. I agree with the sponsor's statement that we can do it subject to style. It's just that we are just crystallizing what we have discussed during the period of interpellation, that we do not seem to have an overall policy on gambling and let alone a policy on offshore gaming, Mr. President.
Following the point of the minority leader, is to create a standalone law?
No, it's also an amendment. And actually, I was going to add so that I will not be, fingers will not point to me to be the one who invented this inserting of declaration of policies. It was also in the train law. So train and then create and this they have. So I think we all agree that there's nothing wrong per se. Does it look good to have those declaration of policies? Well, we have two laws wherein they are amendments to the NIRC, and we accepted those type of amendments.
Thank you.
So, how do we do this, Mr. President? There is a declaration of policy in the middle of the Internal Revenue Code. because a number of these provisions would not only apply to gaming operations, but, for example, just to show just to emphasize my point, Section 2 is an amendment to Section 25 of the NIRC, tax on non-resident alien individuals. And then you add letter G. So how does and Section 3 amends Section 27 of the NIRC on rates of income tax on domestic corporation. I am just raising this if the body would want to have this. I just find it awkward that we have a section in the middle of usually in the middle of the statute, because after we approve the statute, whatever the Republic Act number of this POGO bill will simply will not be a standalone. It will be the NIRC as amended by the POGO statute. I know it's a matter of form, but we will look a little awkward. Parang hindi po natin alam kung anong ginagawa natin.
May I try to add clarity here, and then if it is okay with the gentleman, we can move to another point, because I'd like to send you the copies, or if you can access it, no? When I reviewed it just now, both create and train, they start with Section 1, Section 2, declaration of policy, and then it's the succeeding section which amends the NIRC. So each law is a standalone law that have their own declaration of policy, and it's the succeeding sections that are now amendments to the NIRC. So that's what we can do by analogy. Is that clear? I can send, if you look at.
So how do you propose to go about this?
Yeah, so we would have to create a new section, Section 1, which would be the declaration of policy of His Honor. And then our Section 1 in the committee report will be renumbered accordingly. That's consistent with how we've treated train and create.
Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes, Minority Leader, go ahead.
Mr. President, as I manifested, when this becomes law, the law will be part of the NIRC. If you want a declaration of policy, put it at the start of the National Internal Revenue Code, not in the middle of the law.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
That was what will happen, because this will open close disappear when we pass this law, because it will now be the NIRC as amended by whatever the number of the law.
Before Senator Villanueva and Senator Cayetano, Senator Gordon, so that you can react to what they will say. Senator Gordon, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I quite agree with the distinguished minority floor leader, principally because this is not a standalone bill. We're amending the National Internal Revenue Law. And I think the good minority floor leader beat me to it when I said, maybe we should really put a declaration of principles at the beginning of the whole National Internal Revenue Law. But to come in here on a particular provision where you want to amend a certain section, you cannot have a declaration of principles. It might be the laughing stock of our country when they say, oh, ano kayo nagkaroon ng declaration of principles yan? Ina-amend nyo lang specific provisions of the NIRC. I submit, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm a little confused, Mr. President, because as we were discussing here on the floor, this is not something new, Mr. President, and we are not in any way amending the NIRC, Mr. President. This is directly injected to NIRC, Mr. President. So I hope that it is clear, and as pointed out earlier by the distinguished sponsor, again, this is not something new, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I totally see Mr. Miller's concerns, but I just reviewed, and I'm just saying we're not creating something new. So this was not an issue for train. I was not in the Senate when this was taken up, and neither was it an issue in create. So what I will do, I can flash on the screen. We can leave this point and move on, because I want to assure His Honors that we're not doing something that we have not done before. I want to flash it on the screen so that our colleagues can see how it looks. It's a complete bill as it is, but only the amended provisions actually appear in the NIRC code. So I'll just flash it because I don't think I'm explaining it well. So maybe if with the permission of the body and the senator from Bulacan who has the floor making the amendments, let's move to another point so that when we're ready to flash that we can just go back.
Pwede we can flash.
Are you ready? If you're ready, let's flash it.
Yeah, well, I have it here.
Who
I have
has
it here. Mr.
Okay, we're almost
President.
ready. Let's wait then.
I
Let's
don't
wait.
have an access to our PowerPoint, but if you look at the train, section 1, title 2 is declaration of policy, Mr. President.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Senator Cayetano is saying that you share it in the
Yes.
live stream.
Yeah, it's being shared now. It might just take a few seconds.
Pwede bang pa-share? No?
The EDP is doing the share. Okay. So we're just waiting for the access code so we can, or the access so we can load.
It's taking some time. Senator Cayetano, let's just table it and proceed with the next amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, niloload pa daw eh. So we can move on with
Yes, go ahead.
Senator Joel. We can proceed whoever is the next line by line.
Still on page 1. Any amendments on page 1?
I have, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Senator Cayetano.
On page 1, section 1, line 9 to 11, delete the phrase or any special economic zone authority or tourism zone authority or Freeport authority and replace it with Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, Authority of Freeport Area of Bataan, and Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport. We submit, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you.
Page 2. Any amendments on page 2?
Yes, I have, Mr. President.
Senator Cayetano.
On page 2, line 2, after customers, insert as provided for in the respective charter.
Charters.
I think that should be
Charters. As provided for in the respective charters.
Charters.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Still on page 2.
None. I don't think there is any, Mr.
Any
President.
amendments on page 2? We go to page 3. Page 3.
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
President. I have
President,
Senator
mine is on
Tiveros.
line 5, so Senator Rita.
yes, I will wait
You know-
then, Mr. President. I'm line 6 and 7. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, line 5, Senator Cayetano.
Okay, thank you. This is a clarification from Senator Recto. On page 3, line 5, replace section 125-A and section 27F with section 22 double I and section 27G. We submit.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you.
Line 6, Senator Tiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I mentioned I would earlier, before I begin proposing my few amendments, I'd like to make a manifestation and spread into the records interesting data that my staff managed to procure for me yesterday and which will be the rationale for my proposed amendments. It seems that the information on how much salaries these POGO workers actually receive is rather hazy. So, do they receive as much as call center agents? Or medyo mas mataas kaya? Kasi po, isa sa mga lumabas sa hearings ng Committee on Women, malaki-laki ang nilalabas na pera pampadulas sa mga immigration officers. Sabi nga po nung interpellation, hindi ba kinaya ng PAGCOR na mag-research man lang kung magkano ba talaga ang sinisweldo ng mga POGO workers? So Mr. President, I asked my staff to look at help wanted ads in Chinese websites advertising for POGO jobs here in the Philippines. And as it turns out, it wasn't so hard. And this is what we found. So these advertisements, Mr. President, state that the entry-level POGO employee can expect to earn around 12,000 renminbi per month or close to 90,000 pesos. Ito pong may bull dito sa upper left, nakalagay 13 to 16,000 renminbi per month. Yung mas mababang ad po states that a POGO employee can expect to receive a signing bonus of 28,000 renminbi or more than 209,000 pesos. Yang pong nakabilog na 28,000, yan po yung signing bonus. Here, Mr. President, for a range of positions, POGO employees earn from 10,000 renminbi to 40,000 renminbi per month. Yung 10,000 renminbi, probationary lang po yun para sa mga wala pang work experience. The first listing is for a marketing supervisor, 50,000 renminbi for probationary or 374,000 pesos. And regular is 60,000 renminbi or 449,000 pesos. And here, Mr. President, POGO employees already in the Philippines looking for work indicate that 100,000 pesos is their minimum desired salary. So yan po ang karaniwang sweldo ng mga POGO worker. Niloloko nga po ako, Mr. President, ng ilan sa mga staff ko na magmamandarin lessons na daw sila. And lastly, for my manifestation, Mr. President, above and beyond their
Saan natin
salaries,
ilalagay ito? Iba yung page ko dito.
they also receive living allowances to cover for their food and housing. Here, it states that a POGO employee can expect to receive $390 per month in allowances. Therefore, they do not need tax breaks. Initially po, Mr. President, I was of a mind to align na lang po yung tax treatment ng POGO workers sa Filipino citizens at resident aliens. RA number 11055, passed in the 17th Congress, provided a definition of resident alien as one who has established residence for an aggregate period of more than 180 days. Kaya lang po, nung kinrunch na namin itong numbers na ito, it appeared that the POGO worker would pay less taxes only at the 2 million peso annual salary threshold. So dyan lang po sa threshold na yan na magkikick in yung tax break. I think, Mr. President, it's important for this chamber to take a stronger position against POGOs. Not just to equalize the tax treatment between them and Filipino citizens or resident aliens. At ang dahilan po ay ito. Higher taxation is a legitimate way for government to address public bads if it refuses to prohibit them. So the Committee on Women found that the social costs to the Philippines hosting of POGO operations are not just quantifiable, they are also alarming. Kaya bakit ko po nais na mas mataas ang tax treatment sa mga POGO workers? At ito po yung unang amendment ko, Mr. President, good sponsor. First, it stands to reason that POGOs should not receive preferential tax treatment, especially considering the opacity and murkiness of the industry. As manifested by the minority leader yesterday, napakadaming leakage ng industry na yan. We don't even know for sure kung ilan na ba talaga ang mga POGO workers sa Pilipinas. And many, if not most, enter the country through illegal means. The incentives for local firms to be transparent, hindi po relevant sa POGO companies. Pangalawa, as the good sponsor has also made it clear, she doesn't want to encourage the gambling industry in any way. And that is why she and her family have not allowed POGOs to set up shop in Taguig City. And I share the same sentiment, Mr. President. The evidence is clear that with the advent of POGOs, lumaki ang mga kaso ng prostitution. And lastly, it should also be noted that POGO employees appear to be well compensated. POGO companies can afford to pay their workers much more than what the typical Filipino worker is paid. At konektado po yun sa huling amendment ko. Therefore, Mr. President, good sponsor, here is my first amendment for the consideration of the good sponsor. Sa page 3 po, lines 6 and 7, that it shall be amended by deleting 25% and replacing it with 35%. Good sponsor.
Mr. President, let me, before I give a response, I know that in relation to this paragraph, because at the end of that paragraph, there is an amount which is the minimum presumptive salary of 12,500. And I mean, just so that I see the entire picture, no, I can't go line by line. I need to look at the entire paragraph. Her Honor also has an amendment on that minimum, I'm assuming, right?
That is correct, good sponsor.
Okay. So I do know for a fact that our other colleagues also have amendments on that amount. And I think we should tackle this as a whole because I agree with Her Honor 100% that there is a social cost to allowing gambling in the country. Senator Joel also raised the same point. I think we are all on the same page when it comes to that. I'd like to also be clear that there is no intention on the committee's part to give any preferable treatment to POGO workers. Wala po. If it's Her Honor's opinion that based on her calculation meron, then we're happy to explore. But for the record, there is none. Because in fact, Her Honor recognized that what we were trying to say for the last few days is that equal treatment lang naman ang habol natin. So Her Honor is now raising a different, approaching it differently by increasing the tax rate. And to be perfectly honest, I want to throw this to the body, no? Because this is a very big issue. We're allowing POGOs to enter to do business in our country. Yes, as the Senate President Pro Temp correctly pointed out, not for Filipinos naman ang kanilang gambling operations, but as Senator Joel and Senator Riza have correctly pointed out, there's a social cost. And I share Her Honor's concern on prostitution, on any other, and like I've always said, no effects on the family. I mean, sometimes even though hindi Filipino the Filipinos do not participate in the POGO, but it gives that semblance of our supporting or allowing gambling. So it is a serious concern, and yeah, I'd like guidance from the body, no? Because as I said, I know that there are a few other senators who had other rates in mind, and I'd like to hear from the body, because this is not the rate and the minimum presumptive amount is not something that I would like to decide on alone. I would like to hear the body. So may I ask those who made it known to my office that they had concerns on the rate to speak up now so that we can consider it as a body.
Senator
just for the
Ralph
record,
Recto
this-
has recognized the President.
Yes,
Pro
Mr.
Tem.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe to assist the body, no? Well, first of all, let me put on the record what we discussed yesterday. Let me reiterate that this is the first time we're going to adopt a presumptive income tax. There is no other provision of the tax code. No? That is my recollection, that there is a presumptive income tax. Now, I think the intention of the sponsor here at 12.5, if that is what we are discussing here, is a minimum presumptive income tax, meaning to say these companies will withhold taxes from their employees, and they will withhold whatever the tax code says insofar as percentage of withholding based on their income bracket. So if their income is higher than the bracket for 25%, then they will pay the higher tax. That is my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. President, to the chairman of to the sponsor of this committee? Of this
Yes, Mr.
committee
President,
report?
as we established the last few days, we have not encountered any situation where where a minimum prescribed tax rate is has been included in our tax code. So this would be a first.
Yes. And this is a minimum. This
It's
12.5 a
just
month.
a
Is this
minimum,
correct?
yes. In fact,
Okay.
repeatedly we clarified that BIR should do their job. No, they shouldn't be complacent and assume that okay na sila collecting that minimum.
Okay. So meaning to say, if the income of the worker is much higher, then he pays a higher tax, higher than the 12,500. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, Mr. President.
Then there is no issue. The only issue is, do we want to increase that minimum? Now, we also discussed yesterday that this could be stricken down by the Supreme Court. Diba? Although my
yes.
position is, assuming it was stricken down by the Supreme Court, then whatever is in the tax code will apply. So no harm, no foul. I'm willing to test it. Is that correct?
That is correct. And in my mind, again, I'm no expert, but the fact that there are IPAs that were given the authority to give licenses to POGO operations, these are in far-flung areas, no, Aurora, Bataan. I would assume that the going salary rate there would be much less than the salaries here. So I cannot, again, I am no expert, but I cannot begin to hazard a guess as to what those salary differentials are. And so I am guided by the principle of fairness in taxation. Even though I don't like the industry per se, I am still required to utilize the principle of fairness. So even though I welcome the information, in fact, I mentioned it on the Senate floor. I said, why not look at classified ads? So I'm glad that Her Honor staff made the effort to look at classified ad to give us a clearer perspective on as to what they're earning. And I want to assure Senator Riza that there is an amendment that also captures non-salary benefits. No, later on, I think Senator Ralph is the one introducing that. So yeah, so having said that, I'm guided by the principle of fairness, and that's where I would have some hesitancy in a higher tax rate and a higher minimum, because the higher minimum might end up to be some kind of both those may be an unequal protection, may be violative of the equal protection clause. I have not really studied this in depth, but off the top of my mind as a lawyer, I could argue that there may be violations in that sense. Again, I am torn because, like Her Honor, I want to put in whatever safeguards we can, because it is an industry that can potentially cause harm. So
It's already causing harm.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes.
Before you respond, President Pro Tem, just for my clarification, you're proposing already here a 25% withholding tax on the gross income.
yes, Mr.
I know.
President, that is correct.
25% withholding tax is high, based on our withholding tax, the regular withholding taxes. Now, the clarification I seek is that before Senator Hontiveros proposed the making it 35%, the distinguished lady predicated it by saying that mataas sila magpasweldo. So ang dating, mataas sila magpasweldo, taksa natin na mas malaki. Parang ganun ang dating eh. Is that how it is?
Yes, Mr. President. And it's both dahil mas mataas pala silang magpasweldo than the executive agencies were willing to disclose in the earlier part of the interpellation. At saka, kumpara sa mga trabahong pinagsisweldohan ng mga Pilipino at saka ibang alien residents dito sa Pilipinas, these jobs have been proven in various hearings of various committees of our Senate to also exact a very heavy social cost in terms of crimes against our women and children, in terms of corrupting our officials, in terms even of yung kidnapping sa pagitan nila mga Chinese nationals nagtatrabaho sa POGO habang nandito sa Pilipinas. So
right. In that
yes,
case,
Mr.
it's
President.
not because it's not because mataas sila magpasweldo. Di ba? All those other reasons that you're mentioning, those are the reasons. Not because mataas sila magpasweldo.
Pero
Hindi
in point
magandang
of fact,
pakinggan eh. Hindi ba?
I beg your pardon,
Anyway,
Mr. President.
go ahead, Senator Recto. You were reacting.
Mr. President, if with the
sige.
indulgence of the good Senate President Pro Tem, just another point about what we were just discussing, Mr. President, good sponsor, that different classes of taxpayers can be treated differently in certain cases. Halimbawa po, good sponsor, Mr. President, sa kaso ng mga ROHQ workers, yung mga regional office headquarters workers, they're taxed at 15%. So reverse situation naman po sa aking pinopropose na amendment. Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. Thank you, Senate President Pro Tempore.
So what does the sponsor say?
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, on the tax rate, again, I spread into the record the concerns that Her Honor made are the same concerns I have. But we take note of the question that the Senate President posted, that what are our reasons that prompt us to raise these taxes? And if they are, if as Her Honor reiterated, they are ills to society that this industry are potentially or are currently engaged in, then the answer to that is we should either ban them straight out, ban the business, or increase demand that our agencies step up their implementation of our laws, because there are laws that guide us to ensure that these criminal activities do not happen. Because I do have that concern that I may be responsible for a constitutional issue that I tax somebody just because I don't like their business. And I will give an analogy, nightclubs. I don't like nightclubs. I wouldn't want to have my partner, I don't have one, but right now, but going to nightclubs. So, but I have no authority. It would not be, to me, it would not be constitutional to then just say, because of that, I will tax them. There might be another tax. There might be doing business after midnight tax. But just to say that they have a different tax rate, I'm not aware that we have done such a thing. So I am not inclined to accept Her Honor's amendment for those reasons, Mr. President.
Mr. President, good sponsor. In fact, the example of nightclubs is also instructive for us. Ang mga nightclubs po, Mr. President, are taxed at a higher rate. Pangalawang halimbawa, meron tayong very explicitly called sin taxes. Tinatax po natin yung mga produkto na tingin natin gusto nating i-discourage yung ating mga kababayan na tangkilikin for health or other reasons. So, depende po sa layunin ng gobyerno. And as I said earlier, higher taxation is a legitimate way for government to address public bads kung ayaw pa niya silang ipagbawal, tulad dito sa mga POGOs, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
Actually, Mr. President, Her Honor is not incorrect in her statements, no? And it gives me the opportunity to explain what I said. We have used the power to tax and the power to license in various ways to somehow curtail or address the activities of various industries. But we are talking about the income tax of employees. And that I have not seen, that we would tax the employees differently. Tao din naman sila na nagtatrabaho. And I would surmise that there are other resident aliens that we are maybe not look as favorably upon as others. Yet we have, I'm not aware, and I would be happily educated, that we have provided a different income tax rate on their compensation income. So on the compensation income side, I do humbly suggest that we look at other ways to tax the operations, but not the employees who are doing their jobs. And if they commit a crime, by all means penalize them, prosecute them. But I don't think this will stand the test of constitutionality, that we raise their taxes because of the nature of the business that they are in, Mr. President. So again, I repeat, I regret, because I do want to find ways, no, to police this industry better. I regret, though, this particular amendment I will have to decline.
I hear, thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. I hear the good sponsor. In fact, because as I said also in my manifestation, I think that we should come down heavily on the on the POGO businesses themselves. Later on, I will propose an amendment to the bill to tax those POGO companies even higher than I propose in my amendment to tax the POGO workers. And also because, again, a good sponsor, Mr. President, they do earn much more. The executive agencies were not forthright in revealing to us the range of salaries they earn. Umaabot po sa mataas, umaabot sa hundreds of thousands per month. So lumalampas dun sa 2 million peso mark sa tax bracket or sa income brackets na pinag-usapan natin noong interpellation. And I still think that taxing the income of workers in such a deleterious industry higher than for Filipino workers and resident aliens would be fair and maa-absorb po nila. So with all due respect, good sponsor, Mr. President, I would like to appeal this proposed amendment to the floor. And finally, Mr. President, good sponsor, there is global precedent for using income tax to regulate public bads. Halimbawa po sa kaso ng tinatawag na billionaire tax, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we go on to the next point, I'd just like to clarify and correct the impression because obviously our debates now will be is open to the public, and I hope that they are all learning from it. And I thank the good senator for her input. But to be clear, when her honor says malaki kita nila, i-tax pa natin. Take note, this is a percentage tax. So the more that they earn, the more din ang so 25% of 50,000 is 12,500. 25% of 100,000 is 25,000. So the tax that the government collects will be bigger because hindi siya fixed tax. It's a fixed rate. It's the percentage is fixed, but it goes up habang tumataas. So for the benefit po ng mga listening public, the more na mataas ang sweldo, good. We will get more. We will get more revenues from that. And for the record, again, when her honor says na dapat kung ano yung sa Pilipino, mas mataas pa dapat yung sa foreign nationals, yun nga ho ang kalagayan natin right now. For a current monthly income of 50,000, a Filipino would pay a graduated tax rate, and that would be equivalent to 20,000 pesos tax for the year na to. And then for foreign employees earning the same 50,000 a month, the fixed 25% that is in the NIRC that we are also applying here in the POGO bill, 150,000 pesos a month. So mas malaki talaga ang binabayaran ng foreign nationals, whether POGO employee pa sila o hindi. Malaki na ho talaga. Now, if talagang ayaw natin sa kanila, then like I said, mag-isip pa tayo ng ibang way to what's the word, police their industry. But on the taxation side, I think we can proudly say that we are taxing fairly to the Filipino people and also to the foreign nationals.
May I throw caution on this matter because in my experience as a former local government official, habang tinataas mo taxes, lalo kang dinadaya. Mas maliit ang kikitain mo sa katataas mo sapagkat hindi magbabayad. Dadayain ka, hahanap ng paraan para mandaya ka. It's been our experience in Quezon City.
From a practical stand, yes.
Oh, yan ang problema. So if we really want to tax it so that they will stop, like the casinos over here, at mga yan, para tumigil yan, I don't think we can convert the Philippines to Jerusalem.
Okay, we're ready to proceed, Mr. President.
No, she's appealing to the body.
Sorry,
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Para po makahanda kami sa when this is thrown to the body for decision. We are on page 3, Mr. President.
Yes.
Maybe the paragraph covering lines 1 to 11.
No, 6 to 8.
Which mentions the concept of a final withholding tax. Is this to replace so that we'll understand? This representation will understand. Is this now the income tax to be paid by that person, or is just withheld from his salary or income so that it will be remitted by the employer to the BIR? So when that person pays his income tax, that the total is now deducted from the tax due. Is that the concept here, or is this now the income tax?
Yeah, it's both, Mr. President. So it's a withholding tax in the sense that every month there is that automatic 25% based on a minimum, but obviously it could be higher. That is withheld. But like we do with our taxes at the end of the year, pag nalaman natin na, and they're supposed to declare, there's an amendment coming up that requires by affidavit that they will declare what was given. If there was like a year-end bonus, then may utang pa yan
What
ng
is-
more.
Okay, so what is the rate for the rest of the country?
The same, no, for all foreign nationals, Mr. President, it's 25%. We're not introducing anything new.
That is their income tax rate
The income tax rate, yes. Of non-resident aliens.
of non-resident aliens. But this one we're covering resident aliens, right? These are the employees.
No,
right?
they're non-resident because the tax code defines those with contracts as non-residents.
Okay, I see the term regardless of residency. So we are now extending it even to non-resident aliens. Diba? So 25% then. And dito sa line, page 3, line 1, it starts with regardless of residency. So resident in the Philippines or resident outside of the Philippines, covered siya.
Basta employed by a POGO, whether it's a foreign-based POGO or a Philippine-based POGO, that is the rate that their employees will pay.
Yes, and that is applicable to all resident aliens earning compensation income in the Philippines. That's my question, because fairness itong we hear arguments of fairness, Mr. President. So we want to be informed of what is the rule for the rest of the population of the same class.
The same, Mr. President, wala tayong binago. Ang non-resident aliens will be paying 25% of their taxable income.
Okay, that takes care of the non-resident alien. How about the resident alien?
Mr. President, a resident individual would be subject to the income tax on Section 24, which is graduated rates, if they are a resident individual. But a resident individual is defined as somebody who does not have a fixed period of stay. Indefinite dapat siya. Lahat po yan under contract. Kaya non-resident sila. By law.
okay.
By definition of law, none of them can claim that they are a resident kasi by definition of law, they have to enter a contract, and by having a contract, they have a fixed term. So they are not residents. They are
So
non-residents.
they will fall under non-resident.
So we put them in a box, basically.
Yes. So can we please revisit the first 3 words of page 3, regardless of residency? So akala ko that erases the distinction between a non-resident and a resident alien. That's the impression I get, Madam Sponsor. So, okay, so since the withholding tax is placed at an amount which is the anticipated rate for the income tax of the individual, therefore we can say that this serves as the income tax of that person. Tama? Kasi doon natin Phoenix sa 20.
Yes.
Kasi kung walang withholding, you pay 25%.
Yes.
Pero withholding ka, 25%.
Yes,
So ganun yung
yes,
ano. Okay,
yes,
so
yes.
this is the current
The income
wording.
tax,
Okay.
yes.
And then the proposal is, the proposed amendment which has not been accepted,
Yeah.
is
To raise
changes.
that 25% to 35%.
Ayun. So, if we adopt that proposal, we will be indirectly now amending the rate, the income
Be
tax
amending.
rate.
That's what I was saying.
Yes.
Your committee did not introduce any new rates.
Right.
We are following the rates of non-resident aliens that has time immemorial been in the corporation code, the NIRC.
So if we want to increase that rate, we amend the mother provision providing for the tax rate for the non-resident alien individual.
Well, you can argue that Her Honor would like to carve this out. That is Her Honor's, that's my understanding of Her Honor's amendment. She wants to carve out the POGO industry and its employees and tax them higher. That's what she wants.
Yes, but if that is the intention, we need the different provision providing for the income tax rate. Because I'm misled with the concept, Mr. President, of a final withholding tax. Akala ko kasi withholding tax is what we experience, di ba? Withholding taxes are deducted from our pay. At the end of the year, binabalanse. Then kino-compare sa final tax due. Kung equal, no need to pay.
May sobra ka.
Pag may sobra ka, claim for a refund.
Dapat ibalik.
Opo. So, yun, dito ako na medyo nalilito. So, if we want a new income tax rate for these people who are employed in POGO, then maybe, if the sponsor agrees, then I see the need to maybe another provision for that. It's because this provision provides for a withholding tax. In the concept that I'm thinking of it, I may be wrong. That's why, tama ba yung concept ko na final withholding tax is the withholding tax that we also experience?
Ano withholding tax natin?
This is the tax. This is
I'm in suspension, so I can get clarity from BIR.
Session suspended.
If I may, before
Yes, Mr. President, there is a objection from our sponsor on the amendment of Senator Risa Ontiveros. Therefore, we need to act on the matter, Mr. President.
All right.
Majority Leader.
Technically, the sponsor does not want to accept the amendment.
Yes.
And now I heard from the proponent of the amendment that she wants to appeal to the body. So what do you say, Majority Leader?
Mr. President, we have to divide the House, but maybe we can
Mr.
appeal to
President.
Senator Risa on that particular amendment because the majority, almost everybody here are unanimous against it. So instead of putting it to a vote, my dear colleague, maybe we can just appeal to her to withdraw her motion, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I make three brief points in relation also dun sa interjection ni Sen Coco. Una po, baka nagkaroon ng confusion about hindi ba sila resident aliens. Kanina po sinite ko yung RA 11055. That's actually the national ID law. Na doon may definition ng resident alien as someone who has established residence for an aggregate period of more than 180 days. So sa tingin ko po kino-cover dito yung mga POGO workers. Pangalawa po, Mr. President, yung 35% po na pinropose ko sa good sponsor is not arbitrary. Actually po, Mr. President and good sponsor, 35% is the highest rate paid by Filipinos currently at the 8 million peso per year level and above. So kumbaga, hindi po ito hinugot sa ere. And lastly po, Mr. President, kaya sinubukan kong i-propose sa good sponsor at 35% yung maging final withholding tax because our tax regime po has no problem rewarding good industries through lower taxes. So in principle, it should have no problem disincentivizing bad industries. So yun po yung punto ko, Mr. President, good sponsor. And lastly po, Mr. President, there is nothing prohibiting us from using income tax to regulate an industry. After all, ito pong POGO industry, mag-flourish pa po siya. Bakit? Yung minimum wage po sa Shanghai, $348 a month. So talagang pupunta sila dito. And I cannot, in good conscience, like several other members of our chamber, allow this industry to flourish kung may instrumento naman tayo, yung taxation system natin, para i-challenge siya. Ngayon pa lamang po, Mr. President, good
Well,
sponsor.
anyway, the question will be asked, ako yung mga Filipino workers naman overseas sa dami, itaas din nila yung tax.
Yeah,
All right.
Mr. President,
Anyway,
I raised
sige,
the issue also, Mr. President.
Majority Leader, let's vote on it.
Yes.
She doesn't want to withdraw.
Therefore, how would you like to vote on it? Those in favor?
Well,
Lisa, say aye or
well,
say
just
yes?
raising of hands, it will be easier instead of a nominal vote.
So the vote is for those
in favor
of the amendment.
Those in favor of the Hontiveros amendment, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3. 3. All right. Those who are against the Hontiveros amendment, raise your right hand.
Senate President pa.
Hindi bumoto.
Plus SP. SP pa.
Hmm.
Nine, three.
All right. There are 3 in favor and 16 against. The amendment is lost.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cayetano.
Yes, Mr. President, we are still on page 3, and the amendment proposed by Senator Risa was on page number 5, line
Number 6.
5,
Line 5. No, line 6.
line 6. So after that, I think Senator Risa has another amendment on line 11. Would you like to proceed?
No longer good sponsor. Thank
No
you,
more.
Mr. President.
Okay. Mr. President, I believe we have other colleagues who had proposals for line 11. Senator Villanueva, maybe, I'm not sure, no? Is there
Page
any
3.
Senator Ralph?
Senator Drilon is on line 13.
That's correct, sir. Line
Any
30.
anterior amendment up to line 12? No anterior amendments? Then the minority leader is recognized for line 13.
Line 13, thank you, Mr. President. On line 13, between the words include and basic, insert the following, comma, whether in cash or in kind, comma. That's the, we submit, Mr. President.
Yes, we accept, Mr. President.
All right, the sponsor says accepted. Any objection? Adopted.
Yes, I'd like to spread into the record that I appreciate that amendment. I think and I hope it will also address Senator Risa's concern that all of the different kinds of compensation, cash or not, will be included in the tax for the tax base, Mr. President.
All right, anything else on page 3? Any more amendments on page 3?
Line 16, Mr. President, line 16.
Senator Villanueva, 16. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Page 3, line 16, after the sentence ending with licensee, insert a proviso that states, provided that all offshore gaming licenses and service providers shall submit to the BIR the original copy of notarized contract of employment, clearly stating therein the annual salary and other benefits and entitlements of the concerned alien. That is our proposal.
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted.
Thank you.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Anything else on page 3?
Yes, we have, Mr. President, on line 23, still on page 3.
Mr. President, anterior amendments, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Line 20.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Line 20, Mr. President, we propose to insert the following on this penalty imposed. In addition, the alien concerned may be subject.
Saan yan?
Line 20, Mr. President,
Line
page
20.
3. Yes.
Oh, where?
Insert the following, Mr.
Where?
President.
Insert where?
After end.
After new word on line 20. This is a new sentence, Mr. President, that we're trying to propose.
So where are you inserting it on line 20?
Before the starting sentence, Mr. President.
The starting sentence is line 17.
Ano tingin mo? Line 4. After 16?
4. Before the sentence of 4, Mr. President, line 19. Mr.
Shall be governed by this code, period.
Yes, Mr.
And then,
President.
all
Yes,
right, so
yes.
you're,
He insert one sentence, Mr. President. In addition, the alien concerned may be subject to deportation and may be barred from re-entering the Philippines or blacklisted as a foreign employee with the Department of Labor and Employment, Bureau of Immigration, and other relevant agencies.
what does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, I accept definitely, but subject to style, just because we want to ensure, we know it's consistent with other laws, so we just
Yes.
might have other language to propose, but
All
definitely.
right, subject to style. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Anything else on page 3? Line 23, Senator Cayetano?
Yes, Mr. President, we have online. Mr. President, a minute suspension, please.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, line 23, after the Bureau of Internal Revenue, insert the phrase, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, then delete "and," Mr. President. That is our proposal, distinguished sponsor.
We submit, we accept.
Thank you.
Accepted, hearing no objection, adopted.
Line 24, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
If
We still have also along that line. So, Mr. President, our amendment is on
Line 24 na lang po, binigit na po niya.
line 24, after the deleted word "end."
Mm-hmm.
Line 24 after corporate.
After corporation, insert Cagayan
Line
Economic.
24.
Yes, line 24.
Line 24. After corporation.
Yes, after corporation.
What?
Insert Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, and Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport. We submit.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Actually, Mr. President, that's supposed to be my amendment also. So, thank you, distinguished sponsor.
President, just
Thank you.
clarification, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Gordon.
Would you mind, I hope you don't mind, telling us where in the law of the proposed bill you're amending? Because you're inserting phrases like the names of the economic zones, and I don't know where that's going to go in, Mr. President.
Sure.
Page 3, line 24, after the word corporation.
Symposium shall be withheld. And if they have anything in Subic or they have anything in Clark, will that be part of it, Mr. President?
No, if I may explain, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President, all we are saying here is that these agencies shall issue joint and consolidated rules and regulations for the implementation of the free and efficient exchange of information regarding the taxation of these POGOs. And because those three agencies are authorized to operate and license POGOs, we included the three of them so that they are all coordinated, hindi yung kanya-kanya silang mga rules and regulations.
But there are POGO operations, if I understand, in Subic. And should we not just make a catch-off phrase that says any processing zone or special economic zone that undertakes POGO operations shall be subject to the same procedure? I think the intention will be followed even more.
His Honor is absolutely correct. However, I was of the impression that those are just the three IPAs that have the authority to operate POGOs, and that's why we limited it to the three, because based on the interpellations, we did not want it to be open-ended as if we're inviting more to license POGO. So, but obviously, I stand corrected if I was misinformed that there are POGO operations within the jurisdiction of Subic. I was not aware, Your Honor.
Quite frankly, Madam, I was very, very surprised when I found out that there were such POGO operations operating there. I would not want them, and I think they're still paying rentals to Subic Bay. So if they're not included, then what regime will they be covered? That they will have to go back to this law. So you may as well put them under the coverage of the proposed amendment, Mr. President. We can make a quick call right now and find out if they're still operating.
In any case, Mr. President, His Honor's comment is well taken. There may be service providers that don't fall under the ambit. Is that possible? I'm not even sure. But to address His Honor's concern, obviously we would want to capture all. So we can revert to a more general statement in that case.
Yes, that is where I was heading, because
Yes.
They tend to proliferate excuse me. They will tend to proliferate very fast. Although I don't encourage it, no. But if we're going to limit
Sorry,
it,
would you want a reconsideration of the amendment?
yes, Your Honor, to make it safer for the country, so that there is uniformity in the implementation, then we should say starting from the following zones, but not limited to them, just in case some other zones will come about. Mr. President.
I have a,
Yes,
yes, Mr. President, perhaps I could be of help to our distinguished colleague from Central Luzon and our distinguished sponsor. If we can, after the comma corporation, we just insert and other special economic zone authorities whose mandate allows for the licensing of offshore gaming operators. I don't know if it is acceptable to our distinguished colleague. That's our suggestion,
Or-
Mr. President.
He took the words right out of my mouth, and it's acceptable to me.
Yeah. Or, Mr. President, I can just withdraw my amendment and we go back to the original wording, which refers to Special Economic Zone Authority or Tourism
That's the one I was referring to.
Zone Authority or Freeport Authority. And
May I
then
read that? May I read that, Mr. President? Any special economic zone authority or tourism zone authority or
Yes.
Freeport Authority? Is that the one you're referring to, my lady?
Yes, it says, or any special economic zone authority or tourism zone authority or Freeport Authority.
I think that is the better way, ma'am.
All right, so, Majority Leader, I'd like to entertain a motion to reconsider.
Yeah, actually,
I already banged the gable on the amendment.
With that, Mr. President, I move to reconsider the amendment.
All right, hearing no objection, the previous amendment is withdrawn.
and then,
Senator,
Mr.
yes, go ahead.
President, to clarify that issue, there is an additional line that must be added at the end of that paragraph after the word customers.
Wait, go back to corporation. After corporation, what shall we do? That is withdrawn. We have reconsidered your proposal after corporation. The mention of Cagayan, etc., etc.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Resume. Senator Pia Cayetano.
Mr. President, I will propose my amendment, but I do need the guidance of the gentleman from Olongapo because, as I said, I don't know if it was got on record. In the case of Subic, it's not in their charter to conduct to have pogos, but I learned that it is PAGCOR that licensed it there. So kindly listen to my wording because under my wording it says as provided by their charter. So I don't know if it will capture that. Now the reason I'm hesitant to take that clause out is because we do want it to be provided by those charters. We don't want PAGCOR to be licensing this to other IPAs. So I'm in a bit of a dilemma here. So let me propose it, and then I would like to hear from the body, Mr. President. So on page 3, line 5, sorry, on page 3, line 24, after corporation, insert and any special economic zone, tourism zone authority, free port authority, as provided for in their respected charters. We submit, Mr. President.
All right.
Sorry,
Any
respected
objection?
charters.
Hearing none, adopted. Anything else on page 3?
Yes, none, but I have to go back to page 1 because there is a similar provision. So we have to make it consistent now, Mr. President. And my motion will be to withdraw my initial amendment, which was deleting the phrase or any special economic zone authority or tourism zone authority or free port authority. Withdraw that so that it will still be retained in our bill now. That is the motion, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, withdrawn.
Okay, next.
Still on page 3?
Page 3.
All right. We move to page 4. Any amendments on page 4?
No, Mr. President, we still have on page 3.
Still on page 3.
Line 25.
Go ahead.
At the beginning.
Regulation.
Line 25. Okay. Mr. President, line 25, after the word regulations, insert a comma. And the phrase, including the issuance of a gaming employment license by the concerned agency. We submit.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Page 4. Tayo. Wala. None on page 4, Mr. President. Senator Joel, could you be recognized, please?
Yes, Mr. President.
So, Villanueva, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 4, line 3, after the word section, Mr. President, insert the following. For this purpose, the data sharing and reporting system, as well as the joint inspection team created under Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1, Series of 2019, entitled Rules and Procedures Governing Foreign Nationals Intending to Work in the Philippines, shall be institutionalized. And if I may go on, Mr. President, that all foreign employees of offshore gaming licensees, OGL, and their service providers, regardless of nature of employment, shall have a tax identification number, TIN. All offshore gaming licensees and service providers that employ or engage a foreign national without the foregoing shall be liable for a fine of 20,000 pesos for every foreign national without such TIN, and in proper instances, revocation of their primary and other licenses obtained from government agencies and or perpetual or temporary ban in employing or engaging foreign nationals for their operations. Provided further that the foreign national concerned shall still pay and the employer shall remit any corresponding taxes, penalties, interests, and surcharges due in accordance with this code.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, I have a copy. I'm just reading it. Can I just have a few more seconds to read it?
It's all right. We will wait.
Explain.
Joel, patingin na
Yeah.
copy.
Sa team niya
Ito ba?
ng inspection.
Mr. President, we accept.
Accepted. Any objection? Adopted. Still on page 4.
None, Mr. President.
We go to page 5. Any amendments on page 5?
I
Page
believe
5,
Senator
yes.
Recto has an amendment, and Senator Drilon is also raising his hand.
Senator, the minority leader is recognized.
My amendment is on line
Page 5.
Page 5, line 12, unless Senator Recto has an anterior amendment. Mine is on line 12. If there is none, may I
Please
propose...
unmute Senator Dillon.
I'm sorry, sir. No, I'm not on mute. I'm okay. Okay. Can you hear me, sir?
We cannot hear you, sir.
Well, we can hear you.
Senator Dillon.
Can you hear me now,
Senator
sir?
Dillon. I do not have the control here.
Yes. Okay,
We can
can you
hear
hear me
you.
now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Naririnig nila. Tayo, hindi nakakarinig.
Nagloko.
Ganon. We can hear.
Sa atin ang wala.
We can hear. Ba't kayo wala?
Wala.
Kayo ang kayo ang brown
I cannot
out.
hear him.
Why?
Ha? Ano ba ito?
Dito sa audio natin ng depresya. Session suspended. You Ayan na, okay. Session resumed.
Okay.
Senator
So,
Dillon, you're
Mr.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is on line 12 up to line 17, and if I may present it at the same time so it can be understood in its entirety. Okay, on line 12, delete the word corporation and replace it with a juridical person.
A juridical.
A juridical, yes. Delete the phrase corporation, replace with a juridical person. Okay? On line 13, delete the word.
She said she tried, she cannot, but I asked Mitch to help. So
Kiko, we can hear you.
Francis is...
my apologies.
Go ahead, Minority Leader.
Yes.
You.
On
Page.
Still on page
13. Page 5.
Yes, on line 13, delete the word in and replace it with quote within or outside. Repeat, delete the word in and replace it with within or outside.
Within or outside?
That's correct, sir.
So it shall
Still-
be, una ba yun, di ba? Shall be a juridical person that is duly created or
Yes.
organized
or organized within or outside
within
the
or
Philippines.
outside the Philippines.
Yes.
Juridical
Okay, sir.
person created,
Yes, a
All right.
juridical person is created. A
All right.
corporation, a partnership. Yeah. All right. Still on line 13, delete or under its laws. I'm sorry. Delete all or under its.
Under
On line
its
13. Yes. And on line 14 up to line 17 up to authority 2. Okay, can I repeat that, sir? Line 13, delete or under its. And delete line 14 up to line 17 up to authority 2.
What
And
are you retaining? What are you retaining?
sir, if I can finish,
Sige, go ahead.
and replace with quote a natural person, comma, regardless of citizenship or residence, comma, which end of the replacement. So if the good sponsor will now allow us, we will read the provision with our proposed amendments.
Go ahead.
Starting on line 10, for purposes of this section, comma, an accredited service provider to an offshore gaming licensee, parentheses, service provider, parentheses, shall be a juridical person that is duly created or organized within or outside the Philippines,
An actual person.
and then delete the sentence or delete the phrase starting with or under its up to line 17, authority 2, and replace it with or a natural person regardless of citizenship or residence which provide, and that's the end of the amendment.
Yes, we accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Adopted.
Okay.
Anything else on page 5? Any amendments on page 5? No more amendments on page 5?
Don't have any, Mr. President.
The President Pro Tem, Senator Rectos, recognized.
Yeah, for consistency, on page 5, line 18, section 3, delete the number 125A and replace the same with 22 double I.
22 double I. All right, is that all?
That's all.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes, we accept.
Accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Anything else on page 5? No more amendments on page 5. We go to page 6.
Mr. President, on page 6.
Senator Rectos, recognized.
Hold on, Mr. President. I think Senator Joel, do you have an amendment on page 5? Line 9?
Wala.
No more? Page 5, line 9? No na? Okay.
All right, page 6. Senator Recto.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6, lines 9 to 10, section 4, delete the phrase attributed to game offerings or facilities located and replace the same with the word derived.
We accept.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Mr. President, again on page 6, line 16, section 4, delete the word gross and replace the same with the word taxable.
We accept.
Taxable. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Mr. President, insert a new section 5 to read as follows. Section 5. Section 106 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 106, value-added tax on sale of goods or properties. Then you have paragraph A, 1, 2, A, B. That is listed in the tax code. We
Yes.
are proposing now to put a letter C, sales to offshore gaming licensees subject to gaming tax under section 125A of this code.
What does the sponsor say?
Can His Honor explain his basis for this amendment? Because the current committee report does not have a provision. This is the zero rating, zero rated
That is
provision.
correct.
So please,
That is
please
correct.
explain.
Yes, we discussed this yesterday during the period of interpellation, and you will recall that I asked the sponsor if the offshore gaming corporation, the POGO, is subjected to VAT, and the reply was that it is not. In fact, in the committee report, we're only imposing a franchise tax of 5% on gaming revenue and hindi vatable. Similar to casinos, hindi vatable din yung casino. Okay? Now, if they are not subject to VAT, then sales of actually goods and services should be zero rated. Mr. President. So here we're talking about sale of goods pa lang. Later on, at the appropriate time, we will also include zero rating on sale of services. So right now we're in the section of goods, Mr. President. And this is equal treatment to any casino. Today, it is the same thing for any casino.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes. Yes, Mr. President, that was the explanation that I was waiting for, because I just want to spread into the record why the committee report is like this. It's like this because the explanation given to me as to the recommendation of the agencies, I think it's DOF in particular, not to accept the zero rating is because the service providers are providing for the services to a local company. It's not for export. So that was the analogy that they gave. However, His Honor yesterday and today are saying, but the relevant analogy there is that in truth, we are using the same formula that we are using for actual casinos. That's what His Honor is saying. So why would we change the treatment? Is my understanding correct?
That is correct. That is the most important analogy. But in addition to that, remember that the market of these POGOs are also foreign nationals, Chinese. So in effect, it is also an export. So both.
So his Honor is also adding that, well, in fact, it is an exported, the recipient of the products is for export because the gamblers are not based in the Philippines.
That is correct. So it is both. And a final argument on this is that if you are in, let's say, Cagayan Special Economic Zone, they are zero rated.
Yeah, so that it would then provide,
yes,
it would then provide a different treatment. And again, we go into the equal protection, that why would, in the economic zone, why would it be treated differently from those that are not in the economic zone? Is that correct?
That is correct. So we're just trying to be consistent here, no? Okay. Now, in the event that the DOF does not want this, then they can always have this particular section vetoed. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Line item dito naman eh. But what we're just doing here is being consistent.
Yes, and that is why I asked for the explanation to be spread into the record, because again, I I need to visualize because it's very tricky it being online, and then the main activity, gambling, is not something that I'm very familiar with. So I do appreciate the analogy. It makes sense to me. Therefore, I accept the amendment of His Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Moving forward, Mr. President, since we've agreed, the sponsor has agreed with the
It's already adopted, no?
Yes, Mr. President, we accepted. Yes.
Accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. The next amendment, again, is to insert a new Section 6 to read as follows. We will now take up, okay, let me read this. Section 6, Section 108 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 108, value-added tax on sale of services. Okay, so we are now...
Excuse me, Mr. President, point of order. Can we do it page by page, Ralph? Mr. President?
It is in the same...
Can you indicate the page?
It is
what page, sir?
We were on page...
Same page, diba? 6.
Yes, same page. We're inserting a new section on page 6, yes. Page 6.
Page 6 is inserting a new section on page 6.
After line 17.
Yes.
After line 17, the new section 5.
And then...
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Now
It's
we're
already
inserting...
assaulted.
Yes.
Now-
And now we're inserting a new Section 6, Mr. President.
Okay.
This now deals with the issue of zero rating on services. Like earlier, we agreed for the same argument. If they are zero rated in goods, they must be zero rated in services. And therefore, we're a new paragraph on 9. Services rendered to offshore gaming licensees, subject to gaming tax under Section 125A of this code by service providers, including accredited service providers as defined in Section 27G of this code.
Yes, we accept, Mr. President, but let's spread into the record that's the same reasoning as the earlier section, so we accept.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
My next amendment will be on page 7, so there might be other amendments at this point.
Any anterior amendments on page 6? Senator Dillon is recognized.
On line 23 on page 6, delete the phrase on line 23, delete the phrase gaming revenue or receipts and replace those words, that phrase with bets or turnover.
Bets.
Again, I repeat, sir.
Turnovers.
Yes, delete the phrase gaming revenue or receipts and replace the same with bets or turnover.
Turnovers or over?
Turnovers. Turnovers with an S.
Plural. All right.
Yes.
What does the sponsor say?
Would there be further amendments, or that's it for that paragraph, just so I can see the whole picture?
Yes, on page 7, there will be, on the continuation, on page 7. If on page 7, I can state it now, Mr. President.
Just so I have a complete understanding, if that would be okay.
So on page 7, lines 15 to 17 on page 7, delete the phrase provided furthermore that for purposes of this section, gross gaming revenue or receipts shall mean gross wagers less payouts. End of the deletion.
Noted. Is that it, Mr. President?
You will not be replacing it with anything else?
No.
You're just deleting it?
Yes.
Mr. President, I think the President Pro Temp is raising his hand.
Senator Recto is recognized.
Yes, just a clarification. in the committee report, similar to the House bill, gross gaming revenue is defined gross bets minus payout, di ba?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And then there is a rate which is 5%.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
They're taxing the gross gaming revenue. Meaning to say, yung bet minus yung panalo, yun yung gross ng casino, and we're
Yes.
taxing the gross of the casino by 5%. Now,
That's the original proposal.
that is the original proposal, correct. And that is how it's done in any casino. Okay? In any casino. Now, is the proposal of the minority leader saying here that you will be taxing the gross bets without the payout at 5%?
That's correct, sir. That's correct, sir.
Okay. If that is correct, then the entire revenue of the Pogo, they will not operate. Lugi sila.
Hindi naman po. Hindi naman, because on the basis of the article of what we have studied, for Pogo, the reasonable hold ratio is 30%. That's in effect their winnings.
That is not the case, Mr. President. From what I know, card games, I'm not a player, but I understand the math, Mr. President. When it comes to card games and let's say the slot machine, mas malaki ang revenue doon. But siguro maximum 10%. The take of the casino will be anywhere between 2 to 7, 2 to 8%. And what we're saying in the committee report is they will make 2 to 8% and we will tax that by 5%. Franchise tax, similar to all other casinos. Okay? If we accept this amendment, well, I leave it to the chair, to the chair of the committee. But my fear here is that if the intention was to tax Pogo, it is a viable industry, and we're going to tax them. The best way is to tax them like a casino. Remember, they are a casino, but online. Okay? If we do it this way, wala magtatayo ng Pogo talaga. So what is our intention? I just wanted to put that on the record, but I leave it to the chair, Mr. President. And maybe we'll probably vote on this, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes. So may I know, Mr. President, we have proposed an amendment. May I know the disposition of the amendment by the good sponsor?
Yes. Before I respond, Mr. President, again, I'd like to spread into the record that my understanding of His Honor, the Minority Floor Leader's amendment, is to tax the gross bets, to simplify it, no, so that there is less room for discrepancies, right? That's what I recall from our. And I committed to His Honor that I would have an open mind because I always would like to contribute to plugging the gaps. I do not want to just be a chairperson here that is taxing and then the revenues are just flowing wherever. So I commit to have an open mind here. Now, again, I've said it many times, I'm not a casino expert. So I think the crucial point in me deciding to accept or not to accept would be what really is the practice. What really is the kumbaga yung what's the word there, yung magkano ba yung leeway ng the gaming operators here, because obviously when you tax the gross rate, that's going to be a very different amount from taxing a gross rate minus a payout, regardless of that payout. Minus that payout, you're taxing now a much smaller amount. I think all of us can at least understand that basic arithmetic, no? And I'd like to spread into the record His Honor, the Minority Floor Leader is nodding his head. So we agree so far. And what His Honor said, yes.
Can I respond with your permission? You know, in the debate yesterday and last night, the good Senate President pro tempore estimated that the gross gaming revenue as defined today, as practiced today, is over 500 billion. Over five, I don't recall exactly how much, but is that a correct recollection, Senator Ralph? The
Yes,
gross
my thinking is that
your estimate, yeah.
yes, it could be much higher than what PAGCOR says at 287.
Let's get into that.
287 is gross gaming revenue.
Let me
The
go into
500 is also gross gaming revenue. Yes.
Yes, if you can, all right. Anyway, let me go back. The Senate President pro tempore last night estimated that the gross gaming revenue is more than 500 billion and not only 176.5 billion. Huh? The reported and not only 176.5 billion with the 110 point. I'm sorry. Can I just repeat that, sir? Yesterday, the debate. Okay. Yesterday, Senator Cayetano, this good sponsor, said that 5.7 billion is collected out of the 2% as 2% license fee. Is that that's on record. 5.7. Assuming and also the good sponsor placed of record that the gross gaming revenue per PAGCOR is 176.5 billion. Now, Senator Recto correctly said that if 5.7 billion is the license fee collected on the basis of 2%, then the gross gaming revenue should be 287 billion.
That is correct.
Yes,
Yeah,
now,
correct. Yes.
not 176.5 billion. That's correct, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Now, therefore, from this arithmetic alone, there is a 110.5 billion underreporting of gross gaming revenue, assuming that this is that 207 that 100 that 270 is the gross gaming revenue. Doon pa lang na mayroon ng it's 110 billion lower than what it should be now. Senator Recto even estimated that the gross gaming revenue is not only 278 billion, but over 500 billion.
That is correct. Based on the PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Yes, on the basis of the Price Waterhouse,
yes,
it's even over. Yes, and therefore, with the 110.5 billion, it's a clear underreporting of the gross gaming revenue. That means that 5.525 billion annually is uncollected for the 5% franchise tax.
The 5%, BAR should have collected 14.4 billion.
Yes.
Okay.
And they collected much less than that.
Much less than that.
And that's what they're trying. That's what we're trying to address, Mr. President.
Yes.
The situation. Let me finish, Ralph.
Yes. Please proceed.
The
Yes.
situation becomes worse and grossly disadvantageous to the government because of the formula of deducting payouts as presently provided. The question was asked by Senator Recto yesterday.
Yes.
Is there a mechanism to determine gross gaming revenue? Okay, and the answer was a third-party auditor.
Correct.
Now,
a reputable third-party auditor. Yes.
The third-party auditor. But even just today, there is already a doubt thrown on the correctness or the ability of the third-party auditor to really plot correctly what are the amounts due. Because as the good sponsor said, they revised it 2 years ago, but up to now it has not been approved. So that alone is already something that you have to wonder. Now, now, so that what I'm just saying is this is that there is no mechanism to determine the correct gross gaming revenue. Now, Mr. President, if you will allow me, Senator Ralph.
Yes.
Yes. This is not a new proposal. Let me emphasize that. This is not a new proposal. We have incorporated this in Bayanihan 2. In Bayanihan 2, we exactly constructed it so that it will be based on gross gaming revenue without the deduction, without the payouts. That's what Bayanihan 2 provided. It was the franchise tax was based on gross bets or turnovers. And Mr. President, the entire Senate, almost all of us, except for one, approved this proposal. There are 22, according to our journal, when we approved this on third reading on July 28, 2020. Only one dissented, 22 voted, and let me read it for the record. Senators Angara, Binay, Cayetano, De La Rosa, Drilon, Gatchalian, Go, Gordon, Hontiveros, Lacson, Lapid, Marcos, Pacquiao, Pimentel, Po, Recto, Revilla, Soto, Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar, and Zubiri. This was 9 months ago, Mr. President. This proposal was accepted by and approved by the 22 senators. It was brought to BICAM. BICAM approved it. We ratified the BICAM report on August 20, and it was approved by the President on September 4, 2020. My point, Mr. President, is this proposal was approved by entire Senate 9 months ago. Admittedly, this will change the tax structure and bring in more taxes. The estimate of Pricewaterhouse is that this will bring in about 15 billion more, versus the present tax setup. And this was adopted, I repeat, by 22 senators 9 months ago. I have not heard of any change of circumstance that would justify a change in the computation as presently worded in Bayanihan 2. The Supreme Court, yes, restrained it, but the restraining order was based on the fact that it is allegedly a rider because it was included in an Emergency Powers Act. But by including it now in the Internal Revenue Code, that objection will hold no water because it cannot be considered a rider. And that is why we are proposing this, because this will bring in more revenues. And I am, I'm sorry, but I cannot believe that that the bogus will leave because of this. And remember, Mr. President, remember, this POGO operation is illegal in China. It's illegal in China. They're not allowed. So, to me, that they are allowed here is a factor that militates against the alleged withdrawal. And bakit po tayo matatakot? Senator Joel Villanueva, enumerated the social ills that the POGOs bring to us. And therefore, to me, I strongly believe that we should collect and they should pay for the social ills that they bring to our shores. That's my submission, Mr. President. It will increase the taxes of the POGO, but two things. Number one, we have approved it 9 months ago. And that is why we are just reinstating it now, because it was the subject of a TRO, because allegedly it was a rider. By placing it in the Internal Revenue Code, that technicality will not apply, and we are just reiterating our policy. If we do not adopt this, then we be conscious about it, that we are changing the rate of taxation for POGOs after 9 months that we have adopted it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lacson is
Mr.
recognized.
President, this is just a manifestation. I remember that very well because I was the one who expressed strong reservations, saying that it could be interpreted as a rider provision. And I remember that it was Senator Drilon who proposed that particular provision. But I also indicated when I manifested that I would not object to that particular provision, but I expressed my reservation that it could be struck down.
Yes.
The Supreme Court, because it could be interpreted as a rider provision. Because we're talking about the Bayanihan 1 or 2, no?
Yes, 2.
Just for the record, Mr. President. I hope the minority leader remembers that also.
Yes, I remember that very well. And we took the position, let us take the risk. And so, in fact, a TRO was issued, and that validates Senator Lacson's position. But that the TRO is based on a technical issue, and that is the bill must have only one subject expressed in the title. Bayanihan 2 included a whole caboodle of emergency measures and sources of funds that the court, at least prima facie, could be correct that there is a rider. But precisely, we solved that problem by putting it in the Internal Revenue Code. But the policy is the same as what is in the Bayanihan 2, which we, 22 senators, approved. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm stating it now, Mr. President, because history might repeat itself on the Bangsamoro election postponement, because I'm now expressing very strong reservations to the postponement or in postponing the Bangsamoro election for another 3 years because of some constitutional issues that could be raised before the Supreme Court. Anyway, I'll be interpolating again the sponsor later if it is scheduled for today. So I just stated that for the record because history might repeat itself, Mr. President.
All right, the President Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Maybe 2 or 3 items, no? First, the most important probably part in the bill as well, in the committee report, is that, especially for PAGCOR, is to get a reputable, a good third-party auditor. Because today, they will have difficulty in monitoring bets and payouts. Okay? So, importante yung third-party auditor. That's number 1. Okay, so number 2. 9 months ago, when we debated this in the Bayanihan 2, we did not study it very clearly. Unlike today that there is a bill, we had committee deliberations, we understand the industry more. And that's why I'm saying that if you were to tax a casino, whether offshore or any casino, on gross bets at 5%, palagay ko hindi makakatakbo yung casino. Okay? And that's my submission, Mr. President. Okay? Now that we have had committee hearings, now that we have studied the industry better, and probably that's one of the reasons why the Supreme Court said, and rightfully said, it is a rider. And we frown on riders because ibig sabihin, especially on taxes, sa floor lang natin dinebate without committee deliberations.
Yeah.
Okay, so and that's probably one of the reasons for that, Mr. President. So my submission is that let's leave it the way it is. insofar as how do we tax casinos, Mr. President? It is on gross bets minus payout. Remember, you cannot be taxing all the bets. The revenue of the casino is the bets minus yung winnings nila, which is the payout. Then they have a gross revenue. You tax that gross revenue, and in this case, we're taxing them at 5%. Then they still have to pay the salaries of their employees and other operating expenses. And we are going to collect here also the withholding taxes from their employees, which in the past we were not collecting as well. And that's why yesterday, during the period of interpellations, we did mention that our potential income in 2019 was roughly at about 38 billion, and we only collected how much?
5, 9.
8.7 regulatory fee and a minimal amount from the BIR. Okay? And studying the industry, I have come to conclude that the gross gaming revenue is even much higher, probably double. Okay? And ergo, we should be collecting somewhere in the vicinity of 65 billion if the gross gaming revenue was at about 500 to 540 billion. Okay? So,
sorry.
5% of gross bets, I don't know of any casino in the world that would have that, Mr. President. So I just wanted to put that on the record. But I, of course, leave it to the body to determine what the rate should be. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Villar is recognized.
I guess, every industry, meron silang, may rule of thumb. Like, for example, ang isang industry, meron na siyang, kung alam, yung payouts, yung bets, alam na nila yan eh. So, ano ba yung percentage of payouts relative to bets? May I ask Senate Pro Tempore Recto? Kasi palaging may ano naman yan eh.
More or less, ang alam ko dyan, from what I know, what I've studied during the committee deliberation, is between 90 to 95%. Ang payout.
Kung 95, edi wala na rin kita.
No. We dispute that, Mr. President.
Again, let me...
95%.
Yes, if I may finish, Mr. President. When you say 287 billion gross gaming revenue, more or less ang total bets niyan will be anywhere from about, it's a huge industry, will be about 3 trillion.
Yes.
So that's roughly 9%.
Yes.
Of the gross bets,
Yes.
Kung kalaki yan.
Well, but Mr. Ralph,
yes.
You yourself said that the estimated gross gaming revenue is over 500 billion.
And that is the tax base. That is the tax base. So gross gaming revenue yan, hindi gross bets yun. The gross bets will be 5 trillion. More or less.
So, 500 over 3, 15% lang ang ano.
Pero yung panalo dyan, mga 90%, ibabalik mo doon sa ibabalik mo sa mga nanalo eh. Oo.
Mr. President, the point that I'm driving at is that the court did not touch this and just said this is a rider. They did not, and that therefore they have issued a restraining order on the basis of a constitutional principle that a bill must only contain one subject, which must be expressed in the title. In this particular case, the Supreme Court said this is alien to the Emergency Powers Act, and therefore, subject to further examination, we first issue a temporary restraining order while we are examining this. We regret, Senator Recto, that we cannot accept the proposition that we did not study this. I studied this. That is why we proposed this, and I submitted it to the Senate. 22 of us said yes. We assume I cannot accept the proposition that the 22 did not understand it. Now you're saying in other countries, this is not the system. To me, the Supreme Court has ruled in one case that it cannot subscribe to the theory that tax rates of other countries should be used as a yardstick in determining what may be our taxation, because we have our own system, and the fact that it is not used in other countries, to me, with all due respect to the Senate President pro tempore, according to the Supreme Court, that is not material. And I repeat, 9 months ago, 22 senators adopted the system as a mode of taxation for POGOs. We are just reiterating this. And to go back on this and again adopt the old formula will mean a loss in revenue. The estimate is about 15 billion according to Pricewaterhouse. And according to the Department of Finance, when we were discussing this and Bayanihan too, they were endorsing this. And they were saying that conservatively, it's anywhere from 7 to 10 billion more because of this change in formula in revenue taxes that will be collected. In other words, if we abandon this formula, that prediction of the estimate of the Department of Finance will no longer hold, and we lose about that much. So we are submitting this, Mr. President.
Yeah, just a final. If I'm not mistaken, what the President certified as urgent in terms of materiality in this bill is the taxing base also. It is 5% of gross bets minus payout. So it would appear that even the finance or maybe the executive branch has changed their mind.
No, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Let me make it clear that the certification as to urgency only dispenses with the 3-day rule. The determination of the policy is with Congress. The only effect of a certification is that we dispense with the 3-day rule. In fact, traditionally, the certification is of the committee version after amendments, because that is the one which would have to wait for 3 days. So traditionally, once the committee report is passed on second reading, that is when the certification is issued, because the certification will only dispense with the 3-day rule. Insofar as the substance of the legislation, the 3-day rule of the certification does not affect it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ano na yan? Hindi na magkasundo.
Mr. President,
Pero, yes.
Mr. President,
may I
Mr.
be
President.
permitted a query?
Mr. President, may I just ask a clarificatory question?
Go ahead, the Majority Leader.
I can recall, I think I recall that this was an amendment in the BICAM. I don't think it was an amendment in plenary.
No, it was not an amendment to in the BICAM, Senator Zubiri, Mr. Majority Leader.
It was in the plenary?
It was done the Bayanihan 2 was approved on third reading on July 28, 2020. It was approved. That's the record, sir. That's the record.
Because of it was such a complicated bill, Mr. President, I don't even recall.
Well, that's on the record.
We must have been sleeping.
I'm sorry?
We must have been sleeping.
Yeah, well, there are so many amendments to the BICAM, to the Bayanihan too. It was page per page for 100 pages, I think, if I remember.
Well,
so it was, so for the record, it was during the plenary. Not, it was plenary and not in the BICAM.
This was approved.
May I ask
If the
Senator
majority
Angara as
leader
the
is
author
satisfied.
sponsor?
May I also
Senator
ask a
Sani
question?
Angara is recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. I'm listening intently to the debate, and it seems some of the positions are irreconcilable. So I suspect we may be coming to a vote at some point. But before that, if I could ask anybody, any of our learned legislators, Mr. President, I think the best test of whether that tax is too high or not is what happened after Bayanihan 2 when we passed it. Because then people, unlike us, were just voting with what we know, and our knowledge may or may not be accurate. I think those who vote with their money is probably the best indication of whether the tax is high or not. So, do we have any data as to what was the immediate effect in the interregnum between passage of the law and the ruling of the Supreme Court? I'm not sure when the ruling came, Mr. President. I think it was it early this year or late last year? Yeah, just if we could ask for data on that, yeah, that would be helpful.
May I respond?
Mr. President,
May I respond?
before the good minority floor leader will respond, I'll
Yes,
just seek the
Majority.
records, Mr. President, because even my staff, head of my legis here, says it was in the BICAM. So let me just, for clarity, because I want to make sure if that was in the BICAM or in plenary. Maybe the good minority floor leader can share with us the documents that that it said what did we propose the amendment. Just for clarity.
Senator Pia Cayetano is showing you.
I hear, Mr. President, I have it here. It was in the BICAM, Mr. President. I believe the votes that the good gentleman from Iloilo is stating was for the bicameral committee report. Because it's here. Senator Drilon, thank you, Mr. Chair, to address the loophole in the present collection of taxes, the franchise tax, principally on focus. We propose to adopt the House version, but instead of the phrase all gaming receipts, we replace it with the word gross bets or turnover. Sa BICAM po ito, Mr. President.
Mr. President, subject to verification, Bayanihan 2 was approved on third reading on July 28, 2020. It was part of the Bayanihan 2 and my it's that it was part of Bayanihan. It was approved on third reading on July 28, 2020. I'm willing to be corrected because this can be easily corrected by the record. But just in response to Senator Angara's question, there is no data, sir, because the POGOS went to the Supreme Court before the law could be implemented and a TRO was issued, and therefore there is no data. But the TRO was issued not on the merits of or the validity of the amendment, but because of the principle that it violated the one
legal technicality, on a legal technicality.
Yes. So it's on TRO was issued, no decision on the merits yet, Mr.
Yes. We don't doubt that, Mr. President. What we're asking is, because ang sinasabi sa atin, maraming umalis dahil doon. So I want to know if there is any empirical evidence to back up that anecdotal assertion, Mr. President. Because to me, that is the clearest indication, is if an investor pulls out his money, then that is proof that he will not make money, di ba, Mr. President?
I'll ask you.
And why he went to
Majority Leader, have we exhausted all the debates on the matter? And so we can ask the sponsor what she thinks of the proposed amendment?
Yes,
Mr. President,
Yeah, Senator Gordon's recognized.
just a very short observation, Mr. President. Obviously, our two learned experts on taxation here have their opinions based on their studies, Mr. President. Unfortunately, the rest of us have not adequately been able to digest or even been able to even scratch the surface of understanding what makes for earnings by a casinos, particularly of the POGO type. Now, if the purpose of this revenue bill is to try and jack up our revenues at a time when we really need it badly because we've been spending too much on ayuda, we've been spending for our people in testing, and a lot of our people are complaining that they're not adequately tested, can we not pass this bill na muna and then with the reservation that upon the studies, we will review it in 6 months so that we can make the necessary adjustments when we have the facts and figures coming in? Would that be possible, Mr. President? Otherwise, we will be debating until we're blue in the face. I'm trying to understand it. And even my staff is here and we're all disagree. My suggestion is we go and divide the house with the colatilla or a caveat that within 6 months or even 3 months, if you like, if there's an indication. I don't think we're going to get any indication in 3 months because there's still COVID. But in 6 months from normalization, then we can just fine tune. Then everybody would not go in trusting that we have already made up our minds and then change the rules in the middle of the game. In other words, when they come in, they will know that we may have to change the rules because of lack of data. And that's why the question of Senator Angara is pertinent and apropos, because we really don't have the data to support it. Otherwise, we will sacrifice the other bills, and we're trying to rush all the bills right now. We are still rushing. This is what scares me all the time when we're on the last days, Mr. President. We rush everything, and we're not able to get enough of the data to make for an adequate vote. So that's my proposal, Mr. President. Let us add an amendment that says we will pass this as is and say, all right, we are going to have to study this in 6 months. That is my proposal, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President, Cynthia, just one moment.
Okay.
Mr. President, I have to correct myself. The BICAM committee report contained this provision as discussed in the BICAM. I have double checked. The third reading Bayanihan 2 approved by the Senate did not contain this. It was in the BICAM discussion. But nevertheless, the BICAM report was unanimously adopted by the Senate with 22 voting, including this provision. That is just to set the record straight, Mr. President.
But just to add, Mr. President, if I may, with your permission, you know, BICAM reports, sir, come in, and that is based on trust that both houses have already done their homework. And because we're doing so many bills, sometimes we tend to agree. And I think it's a wrong thing to do. That's why I've always said if we must make haste slowly. And now we're paying for that because right now nobody is aware of how much we're going to generate. And I was kind of confused, quite frankly, with bets and turnover. I wanted to prolong the debate. But I think we're going into the late hours of the evening already. And while we can prolong it, we have a Thursday deadline. Tomorrow we'll be finished. And I wonder if we can finish the other bills. Again, we're all trying to speed up this, I don't want to call it a locomotive transport system. We might be better running a locomotive transport system at the rate we're going. So it's important, Mr. President, that if we want to move forward, let's approve na muna, and then with the caveat that in 6 months, everybody understands that we can fine-tune it. And we can do that for all our bills anyway, Mr. President.
Senator Villar, go ahead.
Yeah. What I cannot understand is we're going to tax a business na hindi natin alam. Usually standard yan eh. May law of probability yan na ito yung gross mo, ito yung net mo. Alam ng businessman yan. So nagtataka lang ako, magtatax tayo. Hindi natin nalaman kung ano yon. Hindi siguro 93 RAR. Kasi kung tatax mo ng 593 yung payouts, wala na rin matitira dun sa Pogo.
No, it's 5% of the 10% that they make or 5% of the 5% that they make. So ulitin ko lang.
Hindi ko maintindihan na ang gross, ang net should be 10% lang. Walang business na 10% lang ang net after payouts. Parang ako nasa business ako, walang ganyang parang GP. You're talking of GP. Walang GP na 10%. Ang alam ko lang na GP, biski yung supermarket na ang liit ng GP, hindi 10%. Oo. Ang nagpapababa ng income nila is the overhead. Pero wala akong nakitang business na ang GP is 10%. Parang ang payout is 90%. Parang wala akong business na alam na gano'n.
Again, let me reiterate finally. We are taxing Pogo here the same way as we are taxing a casino also in the Philippines.
Siguro mali tayo doon. Kaya hindi tayo magkasundo kasi ako hindi ko ma-accept na ang GP is 10%. Parang wala akong nakitang business na 10% ang GP. But anyway, hindi naman natin alam. Sabi nga, hindi tayo nag-aral. Kasi hindi ka pwede mag-tax na hindi mo pinag-aralan kung magkano yung GP.
So, regardless of the GP, 5% of the GP.
Mr. Majority Leader,
Yes, Mr.
I think we have
President.
already exhausted
Yes.
all the
Yes.
points on the matter. Some of us have been here since 9 a.m.
Yes,
And it's
yes.
already
All of
11
us.
hours here. No? So please,
Okay.
if we've exhausted all the issues, let's decide. May we ask the sponsor, do you accept?
Mr. President, I will just explain very quickly. I know the hour is late, but I owe it the body to explain before I give my response. On the matter that Senator Villar was raising na hindi natin alam, na-take up naman po to sa hearing. No? So I'd like to believe that we will make a judgment based on the information that was provided to us. So Senator Recto asked PAGCOR, so the payout is, ang sagot ni Mr. Salvosa of PAGCOR, we replicate in the online version of casinos. When it comes to slot machines, the return to player percentage is 97%. Mr. Salvosa, yes, 97% is the return to player. Senator Recto, okay, that is the machine. Yes, the machine, the slot machine. Okay, so for every 100 peso bet, the casino returns to the player in the form of payout and prizes, 97 pesos of the 100. Senator Recto, yes. And then we only retain the 3 pesos. So, and for the table games, Senator Recto, and you tax the casino now on the 3% na natira, hindi ba? Yes. Doon nga ho sa natira. So, yun na ho talaga yun. Let's not, that is the information coming from PAGCOR. We can choose to say later on that we don't trust PAGCOR, change the leadership, whatever, but that is the information we have, no? So we will make our decision based on that information. Number 2, Mr. President, it is a global practice. Itong the bets, the gross bets minus the payout. Again, tayo po, we also study, and we're not just copying what's happening all over the world, but it is a practice in the world, and it's the practice in our casino. So it is the ongoing practice. And from the start, ang sabi po natin, we are very open, but talaga namang we are somehow what's the word? Mirroring what we are doing in the casinos. Kasi yun na yung formula na alam natin, okay? Doesn't mean we cannot change it, but that is the formula that we know as of now. And finally, on the principle of taxation, we tax the income. The gross bet is not the income. The income is the bets minus the payout. Yun ang natira. So kung ano man yung natira. So earlier, you know, we were talking about hundreds of billions, trillion. Yes, pero kung yung natira doon, whatever yung natirang doon, yun pa lang din ang pwedeng i-tax kasi yun ang taxable income. Now, I totally agree with His Honor, the Minority Floor Leader's desire to plug the gaps. I agree 100%. But I do not have a formula right now. I do not have it. So if there is a formula later on, and maybe that is where Senator Gordon's amendment can come in, I will be open when he proposes, then we can revisit and look at those, because I was discussing this with our colleagues, that if there are gaps, it's our duty to plug. But I cannot propose another formula without knowing the impact of that formula when there is already a formula that is being used in the Philippines and worldwide. So, Mr. President, after everything I said, my answer is I respectfully decline the proposal of His Honor.
Therefore, Mr. President, move to divide the House.
Minority Leader?
I cannot believe the PAGCOR information that the gross profit is only 3 pesos out of every 100 bet. I mean, okay, I think that's a gross misrepresentation. We are not, we are not in the casino, but I cannot imagine that a gross profit is only 3%. Hindi loloko naman tayo yan. They're not giving us the accurate information. And cannot be naman 3%. How can that be?
Yun lang.
Yeah. But this,
The GP.
It's not accepted.
Yeah.
We asked for the vote of the House. Yes.
Yeah,
Beg your
Mr.
pardon?
President, I moved earlier to divide the House already so that we can put this issue to rest. So
All
moved.
right, so do I take it that the minority leader is appealing to the House? Because it
Yes,
is
we,
not
first division of
accepted.
the House.
All right.
Yes.
Let us follow the same formula to hasten the proceedings. Those in favor of the Drilon amendment, raise your right hands. Count.
Drilon amendment, Drilon amendment. Yeah.
Five. All right. Those against the Drilon amendment, raise your right hand. Seven, 12, 13, 14. So 15, 5 in favor, 15 against. The amendment is lost.
Can I explain my vote?
Senator Villar, go ahead.
I agree that we can tax the gross income by 5%, but I don't agree yung GP na 10%. Talagang it's out of the question. So I cannot vote because I cannot swallow that 10% GP. But if the GP is big, then we can do 5% of GP. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Still on page 7.
Mr. President,
Sponsor, Senator Gordon, recognized.
can you just explain my vote very briefly? It's very hard for me, Mr. President, to vote with a certain degree of rationality here because I don't have the facts. I think it is a disservice on the part of the Department of Finance that they have not given us the facts. They're the ones pushing this bill, and because of that, I cannot naman venture, being a former investment gatherer in Subic or for that matter in tourism. My goal is always try to bring in the investment, get the tax base, and then later on make the adjustment, Mr. President. But if we overprice ourselves, nobody's going to come to us and we will be poorer again. And that is why I had to vote rather reluctantly and in a very dismayed way against the Drilon Amendment. I can see that the Drilon Amendment would like to get more bang for the buck, literally. But upon the other hand, I think losing the business might be worse proposition, and that is why I maintain that we should try and put in a caveat that after 6 months or whatever the body feels, we can conduct a review and make the necessary adjustments because we would know a lot more that we don't know right now. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, page 7.
Page 7, yes, Senator Recto, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 7, line 2, section 5, between the words other and internal, insert the phrase direct and indirect.
We accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, still on line 2, section 5, between the words taxes and with, insert a comma and the phrase and local taxes.
We accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on the same page, line 23, section 5, delete the phrase
Anterior amendment.
Yes.
Anterior amendment, Senator.
Anterior amendment, Senator Dillon, go ahead.
On line 17. On line 17 on page 7. After the word payouts, on line 17, after the word payouts, insert following. Provided, comma, payouts can only be deducted against gross wages if such payouts have been subject to the payment of the applicable final withholding tax on winnings. End of amendment. In other words, we just want to make sure that the winnings, only the winnings that has paid withholding tax on winnings are allowed to be deducted. from the gross wages in order to arrive at the proper at the correct amount. This is again in our desire to cover or to the tax leaks, because clearly the tax leak is in the payouts, amount of the payouts. So we are saying yes, okay, you deduct the payouts, but there must be payment of withholding, only those which withholding tax have been paid for withholding tax on winnings can be deducted, so that we are certain that those are the payouts. There is no change in the formula. If there is no change in the formula, it's only for better administration.
Yeah, Mr. President, just a clarification.
Senator Recto, go ahead.
I don't know of any casino in the Philippines or around the world that has a tax on winnings. Alam ko in the Philippines, we have a tax on winnings sa PCSO, but not sa PAGCOR.
No, but in general, Senator Ralph, isn't it that we tax 20% on the winnings? Isn't that a general rule? Or are winnings for the casino excluded?
Only on PCSO.
Oh.
From what I know, only PCSO.
Okay, assuming so, assuming so, why are we reluctant to impose a 20% withholding tax on winnings?
Mr. President, if I may, I tried to understand this, no? Again, with the limited, I don't have experience in casinos, but from the movies that I watch, no? When you're going to use a slot machine, you put in your money, and then it's either kainin yung pera mo or may ibabalik sa yung panalo. If it's smaller than the amount you put in, edi talo ka. If it's bigger, edi you won. And then you put it in again. So at what point will they tax the winnings, no? Because hulog ka lang ng hulog. So I could not understand, because I do believe that I do accept that there's a provision on taxing winnings. In principle, yes, I agree. So I tried to visualize how will that happen in a slot machine. And then again, please correct me if anyone has played with cards, no? Because I haven't played except in my own household. Like blackjack, di ba? Ang alam ko, bato ng baraha, kuha agad ng chips. Tapos, panalo ka, and then tinalo mo ulit. Wala namang kwentahan yun na winnings ko, talo. Unless when they go and have their chips replaced, because I'm very willing to consider, but I don't know how.
The problem is if you're going to surrender your chips already and exchange it with cash, pwede mo naman sabihin, talo ko, puhunan ko to.
Yes.
Tapos.
Okay, yes. So I came to the conclusion that it's not the practice, because it doesn't seem to be possible to really monitor that. I'm not against it. I'm all for taxing the winnings, but PAGCOR tells us that it is not the practice in the country, and it is not the practice in other countries as well. So creating a new process, which I'm happy to consider, but maybe not in this bill, because I don't know how to reinvent that practice right now.
The only time that the winnings in Las Vegas are taxed is when you win the jackpot.
Yun. No, all over yung country.
And you are not a resident of Nevada or United States. If you're a foreigner. Because lilitaw yun, jackpot eh. Alam yung presyo sa jackpot. Kaya matatax nila yon sa foreigner. Pero pagka American national ka, walang tax. Yung winnings mo sa jackpot. Kaya
I submit, Mr. President, with all due respect, I submit that we're establishing a principle that the NIRC provision on tax on winnings should be used as the mechanism through which we can arrive at the correct gross winnings as defined. So we are not changing the system. We're just saying that this is a way of making sure that we collect the right taxes. We submit, Mr. President. The fact that it has not been proven to be effective is another matter. That's a matter of an executive action, how to implement it. We are setting here a principle. The principle is winnings should be taxed if it is, my view is that it is taxed today. But if it's not implemented, it doesn't change the situation. Yeah, if it's taxable today, it is taxable today. It is a tax on winnings and therefore taxable. The fact that it is not being implemented is beside the point. The point is we have in our law a 20% tax on winnings. And all we're saying that we can implement that law by requiring a 20%, by requiring that to arrive at the gross bet, we use this system in order that we can accurately track what are the payouts, and that's good for the government. I repeat, the 20% tax on winnings is provided by law today. If that is not disputed, the fact that it's not being implemented is a completely different matter. We are here to set policies. And unless somebody tells me that the 20% tax on winning is by law not applicable, then I would propose that we use that as a formula for arriving at what is the correct applicable tax for on franchise tax, franchise fees that will be collected.
I'll give the sponsor another problem. When you are when a pogo player from abroad wins, how do we know that he won and how much he won? Pogo nga eh.
Thank you for that problem, Mr. President.
Well, yes, Mr. President, that's a question that nobody can answer because we're not familiar with the online gaming. But certainly that does not divert from the fact that we are setting a policy of taxing winnings 20% as provided in our laws now. I repeat my respectful submission, Mr. President. The fact that it has not been implemented does not affect the correct policy.
Mr. President,
Ito, Senator Villar.
I just want to suggest na maybe we can study the law of probability of you winning. So we will have parang meron tayong standard na ma-charge as winnings. Kasi naaaral naman yan sa probability di ba? Di ba naaaralan yan statistician like sa insurance, meron silang probability doon na magbabayad ka ng insurance. That's why they know how to charge yung insurance premium. So maybe we can hire one so that we will not argue about this. Kung ano yung probability ng winnings. Pag ganito ang bet mo, ilan ang babayad mo sa winnings. Aaralan naman yun ang probability. Statistician Para yung mamamatay sa insurance, meron na silang statistics, actuarial study. Para hindi tayo mag-away kung ilan yung winnings. At least we set, parang pag ikaw nagtatax, alam mo kung ilan ang i-charge mo na winnings, di ba? Yeah. Kahit na ano report niya, but that is the law of probability.
Mr. President, can I read?
Yes, go ahead. The sponsor.
Relevant provision from the NIRC. There is a provision, section 24B, number 1, interest, royalties, prices, and other winnings. So it's basically a provision that taxes winnings, but this is applicable to individual citizens and individual resident aliens of the Philippines. Therefore, we have no law that I am aware of that taxes winnings and of foreign players. Kasi ito is for individual citizens and individual resident aliens.
Yes, so that's an alien. An alien. An alien. There you are.
Resident po. Resident. This provision on winning is for resident aliens.
But still an alien.
Yes, yes po. Citizens, so this provision taxing on winnings is for citizens and resident aliens only. So for non-resident aliens, yung mga foreigners nga, which is the subject of POGO, sila lang naman ang pwede, we don't have any provision. We don't have a provision that covers them.
Anyway, Mr. President, we can vote on it if the lady has, the sponsor has rejected it. I have no problems about voting. We can lose it, the vote.
All right.
Because
So you do not accept the proposed amendment, Madam Sponsor?
Yes, yes, Mr. President, I do not accept because there's no law that taxes it for now, and the other reason is administratively we have no way to access them. But more importantly, is we have no law that taxes them. So what is the withholding tax that on winnings that we are referring to, and we have no law that imposes that tax? So I respectfully decline, Mr. President.
All right. So,
Mr.
yes.
President,
Minority Leader.
would the good sponsor accept a provision which will tax winnings from casinos or POGO operations? So that's the law.
Mr. President, we are very open to that, but I would have to have a hearing because I don't know the implications of that. I would not want to pass a bill that will later be questioned because it's not practical, we have no access. I don't want to give false hope that this kind of income, because it's good income, if we cannot impose. So I would be very happy to conduct a hearing on that because it may be a very good source of income, but I cannot accept it right now during the deliberation of this bill. Thank you.
Anyway, it is declined. Are you appealing to the body, Senator, the Minority Leader?
I am appealing to the body insofar
All
as
right.
the amendment is
Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, let's divide the House on this.
Divide the House. Those in favor of the Drilon amendment, raise your right hand. Four. All right, thank you. Those in favor of those who are not in favor of the Drilon amendment, raise your right hand. All right. 4 in favor, 15 against. The amendment is lost. Sponsor.
Mr. President. Mr. President, on the same page.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Recto.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Still on the same page, line 23, section 5, delete the phrase employ A and replace the same with the phrase engage the services of a reputable and internationally known.
All right, what does the sponsor say?
Accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Adopted. Yes, Senator Villalema.
Yes.
I don't have a sound here, Mr. President. This is an anterior amendment that I was.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Page 7, line 18. After the word Philippines, insert and the grave failure to comply with the third-party auditor, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Grave failure. That's for the third party.
I accept subject to style. I just want to check, do I have to define grave? But basically, the answer is yes.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Anything else on page 7? We go to page 8. Any amendments to page 8?
Line 8, Mr. President. If
Line 8, go ahead.
Anterior amendments. Line 8, page 8, Mr. President. Insert a new proviso that states, provided that third party auditor shall be independent and duly accredited as such by an accrediting or similar agency recognized by industry experts, provided finally that nothing herein shall prevent the BIR and the Commission on Audit from undertaking a post-audit or independent verification of the gross gaming revenues determined by the third-party auditor. That is the proposal, Mr.
What
President.
does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, accept subject to style only because the first line that His Honor proposed is very similar to the line of Senator Recto. So just to reconcile that,
Yes,
but
thank
the
you.
body is in principle okay, accepted.
So,
Thank you, distinguished
to
sponsor.
reconcile, subject to style, accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Balik na.
Anything else on page 8?
President,
Mr. President, I still have one. On section 8, Mr. President,
Go ahead.
sorry, on page 8, line 9, insert a new section 8 to read as follows. Section 8, a new section designated as section
You're
288.
hitting my cord.
Section 8, that's
It's cord.
line
I don't
16.
feel it's moving. You might unplug my computer.
Sorry. Oh, what reason is moving? It's only the line Okay.
Again, please.
Can I proceed, Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay.
Page 8, line,
After line 8,
after line 8. This
Yes.
will be what? A new section?
provision, which will be section,
Provision.
yes,
Go ahead.
which will now be section 8.
Hmm.
Okay. A new section designated as, excuse me, may I ask for
Will the gentlemen adjourn their meeting in the, no?
Thank you, no problem.
Back. You're amending section 5, eh?
No, actually, Mr. President, there were, if you recall, there were 2 sections added. So after that section 5 in the bill, I think is now section 7 already.
All right.
So
all
just
right.
subject to the
Sige,
proper
subject to style.
wording.
Go ahead.
Yes. Section 8, a new section designated as section 288G of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 288G, disposition of revenues from gaming tax on offshore gaming licensees. The provisions of existing law to the contrary notwithstanding, 60% of the total revenue collected from the gaming tax imposed on offshore gaming licensees shall be allocated and used exclusively in the following manner. 1, 60% for the implementation of Republic Act number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Healthcare Act of 2019. 2, 20% shall be allocated to the health facilities enhancement programs, parentheses HFEP, close parentheses, the annual requirement of which shall be determined by the Department of Health. And 3, 20% shall be allocated for the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, parentheses SDGs, close parentheses, provided that the specific SDG target shall be determined by the National Economic and Development Authority. Submit, Mr. President.
Any objections? Hearing none, subject to style, adopted. Anything else? Senator Gordon is recognized.
with the permission of the President, Your Honor, I propose an amendment on page 8, line 6, after the word auditor, insert a new section 6, which shall read as follows.
Section 8.
Section 6, oversight and review. Hyphen. Within 3 months from the effectivity of the act and every 3 months thereafter, the Bureau of Internal Revenue shall make a report to the Congress on the collection of the taxes imposed under this act for review for possible adjustment. Close quotes, Mr. President. Subject to style.
We accept, Mr. President, subject to the proper numbering.
Subject to style and proper numbering, accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Anything else on page 8?
Mr. President, I'm just reviewing an amendment from one of our colleagues. I just need half a minute to read it.
Oh. So, session suspended.
Mr. President, this is an amendment of Senator Angara. So can we go to page 2, line 2?
Page 2, line 2.
After the word customers, insert a new paragraph.
Meron kayong ginawa kanina.
Meron din doon. Which,
You made an amendment earlier after the word customers.
yes, after that, Mr. President.
After the previous
After
amendment.
the
A
amendment.
new amendment. All right.
So a new paragraph that reads as follows. Notwithstanding any law to the contrary, no offshore gaming license shall hereinafter be issued by the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority. All offshore gaming licensee whose license was issued by the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority shall be transferred, regulated, and monitored by the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation. Submit, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And Senator Villanueva has an amendment, which I will read. Yeah, this is a shortened version of Section 1. So this is a new Section 1. And I read it. Declaration of policy. It is hereby declared the policy of the state to promote a just and dynamic social order that will ensure the prosperity and independence of the nation and free the people from poverty through policies that provide adequate social services, promote full employment, a rising standard of living, and an improved quality of life for all. Towards this end, the state shall strictly regulate all forms of legal gambling and prohibit all forms of illegal gambling. While doing so, the state recognizes that revenue generated from legal gambling are not a sustainable source of income. The state further recognizes that all forms of gambling have consequences to Philippine society in general and to Filipino families in particular. The state further reiterates that the recognition of legal forms of gambling, including offshore online gaming, shall not be construed as a favorable state endorsement of such activity. We submit, Mr. President.
What did the sponsor say? You
We
accept it?
Mr. President, it's a
All
shortened
right.
version.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President.
Sorry, we have one final.
Senator Angara is recognized.
Mine is in the repealing clause, Your Honor, unless there's an anterior amendment, Mr. President.
What is your amendment? All the amendments are done. What is your amendment?
On Section 8, just in view of the recent amendment propounded by the sponsor on our behalf, just to include the relevant provision, I don't have the exact provision number now, in the APECO Charter, that's RA 9490 as amended by RA 10083. Subject to style, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes, we accept, Mr. President.
Accepted. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. Good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, there are no more amendments, but we'll just close the period of amendment because Senator Revilla would like to also make a manifestation before we pass it on second reading.
Mr. President,
Senator Recto is recognized.
Senator.
thank you, Mr. President. I think we need to amend the title because we changed the sections, Mr. President.
Yes.
And therefore, replace the title of the bill with the following: an act taxing Philippine offshore gaming operations, amending for the purpose sections 22, 25, 27, 28, 106, 108, and adding a new section 125-A of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes.
What does the sponsor say?
We need to include another reference and 288G of after
125A and 288G of the NRRC.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we recognize Senator Bong Revilla for his manifestation before we vote on second reading.
Senator Bong Revilla is recognized.
No more manifestation, Mr. President.
All right.
No more? Okay. Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2232. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senate Bill 2232 is approved.
Mr. President.
Senator, Minority Leader.
I am registering my objection. Ask for a roll call vote.
All right.
May we ask for
So the motion is to approve on second reading. There is an objection.
may I ask for a 1-minute suspension to just call the quorum bell so our colleagues upstairs could come down?
All right. Senate session suspended.
President.
The minority leader is requesting for a nominal voting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for nominal voting on second reading.
Nominal vote, and the vote is to approve on second reading, Senate
Yes,
Bill
President.
2232. All right, the Secretary will conduct a roll call vote.
Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators Angara,
Yes.
Inay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa, Drilon,
No.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Hontiveros,
Nay.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao, Pangilinan,
No.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. 15-3. Sixteen. 15. 16. With 16 affirmative votes, 3 negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 2232 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this being a certified measure, I move to vote on third reading.
The Secretary will read the certification from the President.
May 28, 2021, Mr. Senate President, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill number 2232 entitled An Act Taxing Philippine Offshore Gaming Operations, amending for the purpose Sections 22, 25, 27, 28, and adding a new Section 125-A of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes, to provide a definitive tax regime for Philippine offshore gaming operations in order to generate much-needed revenues for the country and place the industry under stricter government oversight. Best regards, very truly yours, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Oh, wala, may time.
Majority Leader. There.
Yes, Mr. President, we move to vote on third reading. Mr. President.
Approve on third reading.
Ask the Secretary to
The
read.
Secretary will read the final title and conduct a roll call vote.
Senate Bill number 2232, an act taxing Philippine offshore gaming operations, amending for the purpose sections 22, 25, 27, 28, 106, 108, and adding a new section 125-A and 2886 G of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes.
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa, Drilon,
No.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Nay.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao, Pangilinan,
No.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri.
Yes, and
Senate
Mr.
President
President,
Soto-
Senator Go is online as well. Mr.
Comsec,
President.
yes po ako. Comsec, hindi na nakamute po kanina.
Go, yes. Zubiri.
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 17 affirmative votes, 3 negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 2232 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President,
Sino yun? Senator Pangilinan is recognized.
thank you, Mr. President. May I be allowed to explain my vote, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. For the past few years, our country became a host for Philippine offshore gaming operators that essentially provide online gambling services to foreigners located outside the country. The sharp rise of the POGO industry unfortunately came with serious social costs. Property rental prices surged by as much as 62% in 2018. Filipinos have been kicked out of their condo units and homes that they were renting because POGO workers can afford to pay more. Nawalan ng tirahan sa sariling bayan. Foreign POGO workers were also heavily involved in various criminal activities such as the bribery of immigration officials, prostitution, money laundering, human trafficking, tax evasion, online fraud, and even kidnapping and murder. From September 2019 to January 2020, at least 6 prostitution dens, which fronts as bars and casas and restaurants, were raided in Makati alone. The NBI even admitted that these kinds of operations came with the proliferation of POGOs, and they only experienced these kinds of activities when POGOs were created. In our Senate Health Committee hearing on the COVID virus held last year, February 4, 2020, Secretary Duque, when asked by this representation as to how many of the first 90 persons under investigation for COVID with symptoms, how many of these 90 came from Wuhan, China? Secretary Duque answered 31. When we asked him, was contact tracing done? He said, hindi na daw dahil na-discharge na sa mga ospital. It would not come as a surprise if those 31 PUIs from Wuhan were POGO workers. POGOs also pose a national security threat. Security officials such as Defense Secretary Lorenzana and National Security Advisor Esperon have previously expressed their concerns over the presence of POGOs and Chinese nationals close to key military installations as they might be conducting intelligence gathering operations. The Chinese government itself has repeatedly asked the Philippine government to close POGO operations because these were used in cross-border crimes such as money laundering. We recognize the additional revenue that the national government may collect from POGOs through the tax regime proposed under this measure. In 2021, an estimated 28.7 billion may be collected by the Bureau of Internal Revenue, but the interpellations have shown that perhaps that is on the low side. Indeed, whatever amount the BIR collects from POGOs may be used to fund projects to give relief to our people suffering during this pandemic. However, we cannot and should not turn a blind eye from the social costs that POGO industry brings and has brought upon us. Social costs that may be difficult to reverse. Instead of allowing POGOs to thrive, perhaps we ought to have reallocated funds from other sources to support our pandemic relief efforts. For these reasons, Mr. President, I vote no to Senate Bill 2232. Maraming salamat.
Right,
Mr. President.
Senator Tiveros recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the discussions and debates over the past couple of days, Mr. President, the Senate is in agreement that online gambling is not the kind of foreign direct investment that we want to encourage. In fact, almost all forms of gambling, including online gambling, are illegal in mainland China. That is why we're not surprised to learn that many of the characters involved in this so-called industry have ties to criminal syndicates and organized crime. As manifested by the minority leader, tax leakages are a major problem in regulating the online gambling industry, targeted at the Chinese-speaking market, what we commonly refer to as the Philippine offshore gaming operators, or by the innocuous-sounding acronym POGO. We do not even know for sure how many POGO workers or even online gambling companies are currently operating in the Philippines. That is how opaque this industry is. I think it is important for this chamber, Mr. President, to take a stronger position against online gambling and the illicit activity it has brought to our shores. Let's not kid ourselves. We're not talking about solo moms from Hunan sending money to their babies in China and earning 60,000 pesos a month. We are talking about POGO workers earning upwards of 100,000 pesos a month. POGO workers who would otherwise have earned around $400 in their home country. In Japan, the highest income tax bracket is taxed at 55.95%. In Australia, it's 45%. In China, it is 45% as well. As the Senate Committee on Women has proven, the social costs to the Philippines' hosting of online gambling are not just quantifiable, they are also alarming. Yes, let's close the tax loopholes, but let's not stop there. Gambling is not like any other business, and it shouldn't be treated like any other business. This is because gambling does not create value. In fact, it only moves value around and erodes it at the same time. I had hoped, Mr. President, that we could have used this opportunity not just to raise revenues for our country that badly needs revenues, but also to bear down heavily on an industry that has cost our people so much. How long before online gambling providers in other markets target Philippine citizens and ruin Philippine families if they do not already do so? It is for these reasons that I cannot support the passage of this bill in the form it is now. Salamat po, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Explanation of what, Mr. President.
Right.
We will have to address the issue of the existence of POGOs in our midst in a separate measure, which directly addresses the issue. And I think Senator Angara has shown us the way through the Angara amendment, which disables, as I understand the amendment, which disables APECO from further issuing licenses to POGOs, and those issued with licenses are now to be supervised by PAGCOR. So it's a beginning of a hands-off policy of APECO over POGOs. So that is the way that we should do it, with the rest of the agencies still empowered under existing law to issue POGO licenses. So I think we should do that. And one benefit of this measure is at least it shows POGOs who envisioned a confusion that there is really no confusion as to the taxes and as well as the rates applicable to them. Because this is what we did here. We added new rules, but we also restated and emphasized existing laws already. So thereby making it very, very clear that there is no confusion. There should be no confusion. And from the point of view of the BIR, there is no confusion. So enforce the law. Wag na magpadala sa argumento that the existing law is not clear. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Villanueva.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to make a very short explanation of my vote. Let me state for the record once again that this representation is against gambling, all forms of gambling, be it legal or illegal, Mr. President. And I think there are two clear decisions that we have to make right now, whether we stay status quo or we pass this measure that will give us the opportunity to raise our revenues and at the same time finally get a chance to get hold of this unscrupulous POGO operators, Mr. President. And it does not prevent us as legislators to pass another law, whether we would continue doing this or entertain the POGO operations. And I think it's just another step towards that direction where we have to make that decision again, Mr. President, as a body, as a Senate, as an institution, as to whether or not we would continue to allow PAGCOR, our state gaming regulator, to continue operating as well. As we made mention in the past deliberations, Mr. President, we cannot have a state regulator na operator na bankero pa. So again, Mr. President, let me also take this opportunity to thank our good sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, for entertaining a lot of our amendments and answering our questions. And the Bible says, give honor to whom honor is due. I also join Senator Coco Pimentel in commending our good friend, our brother, Senator Sani Angara, for his amendments. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless us all.
All right, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, just I know due to the latest of the hour, we'll just have to take up the other measures tomorrow. And since many of us were here at 9 o'clock, it's a 12-hour day today. But we just have some housekeeping, Mr. President, if I may.
Yes, please. Good.
Mr. President, we're in receipt of communications from Senator Grace Poe and Committee on Banks that she created a subcommittee on Senate Bill number 1764 and House Bill number 8992, which is both to seek to promote the adoption of digital payments for financial transactions of government and all merchants. The communication states that they are designating, or she's designating, Senator Sani Angara as the subcommittee chairperson. So move. Mr. President.
Thank you to Mr. President, to Senator Poe. Mr. President, may I have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, what's the rule on committees having committee hearings during the break? Do we need a prior
It's allowed,
authorization
Mr. President.
from plenary?
It's
Or
allowed.
We have a standing resolution to that effect.
We have a standing resolution, yes, Mr. President.
all committees may have hearings, even subcommittees, Your Honor?
That
Thank
is
you.
correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. And thank you,
Mr.
Senator Poe.
President,
Senator
Mr.
Grace,
President,
Mr. President wants to be recognized.
I'd like to thank the chairman of the Finance Committee for authoring as well as agreeing to chair the subcommittee. I know that it will progress really quickly and efficiently under his leadership. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to transfer from the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change to the Committee on Foreign Relations as primary committee, Senate Bill number 2235. This is the bill on Benham rice,
All right.
Mr. President.
So transferred.
Yes, from the Committee on Environment. The Committee on Environment will remain a secondary committee.
Is place that on record.
With the permission also of the author, with the consent of the body, I move that Senator Grace Poe be made as co-author of Senate Bill number 1764, the Digital Use of Digital Payments Act of 2020.
All right.
By Senator Angara.
Hearing no objection, she is recorded as a co-author.
And the final two housekeeping measures. Mr. President, we're in receipt of communication from the Committee on Health and Demography, Chairperson Senator Christopher Bongo, that he's designating Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel as chairperson of the subcommittee and the Committee on Health and Demography for the following bills on pandemic protection. Senate Bill number 1708, 1759, 1766, and 1796. These are all pandemic protection acts.
Thank you. The manifestation is so recorded.
And finally, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the Senate Conferees for the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1955 and House Bill number 9323, entitled the Liquefied Petroleum Gas Act, LPG Act.
Following members I designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on Senate Bill 1955, House Bill 9323. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian as chairpersons and members Binay, Pimentel, Angara, and Hontiveros for the minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Once again, thank you very much to our colleagues for their patience and being up with us tonight. Those in plenary and those at home, Mr. President, doing online work. I move, Mr. President, that we adjourn session. Tomorrow, by the way, is our last day, Mr. President. So hopefully it will be similarly productive, Mr. President. I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Thursday, June 3, 2021. Mr. President, before we may act on the motion, I may recognize the Senate
Minority Leader is recognized.
Earlier, Mr. President, there was an agreement that the Public Service Act, sponsored by Senator Poe, with me as the co-sponsor, would be taken up, if I recall correctly. Are we now saying that it will be taken up tomorrow?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make the, because I assume I am reading the mind of Senator Poe, and I raise this question as both of us are involved. So, with that answer, Mr. President, yes.
Yeah, we will try to accommodate tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Mr. President, since we already have POGO out of the way, we have on first item on the agenda was the Foreign Investments Act, because we also committed that during the LEDAC as one measure that we may be able to pass. We only have two members who wish to interpolate that measure, Senator Ralph Recto and our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Franklin Drilon, and hopefully we'll be able to propose, who's the third? Senator Joel also. And hopefully we'll be able to provide amendments tomorrow to that bill as it is being simplified. I think it's a simple measure. And it's also a priority measure, so it's certified. We can approve it tomorrow in second and third reading. And then right after that, we have the PSA, Public Services Act, and then the continuing deliberation on the Bangsamoro, Mr. President. That's on my. Those are my priorities tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe we can keep it at that muna, Mr. President. The others can be tackled when we get back.
Yep. Yes.
If that's all right with Senator Aimee, we'll prioritize your foreign investments tomorrow.
All right.
So three measures, Mr. President, three important measures. Hopefully we can finish one of them tomorrow.
Okay, so any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader? Hearing none.
Mr. President, what is it again?
Yes.
So, Senator Aimee, and then what's the second part of
Public
the agenda
Services.
Public Service Act.
Yes, it's for foreign investments first, as it was a commitment during the LEDAC. Hopefully we can finish tomorrow. And then Commonwealth Act, and then the BARM. So that in that order.
So wala nang PS.
No, that's it. I just said the Commonwealth, amending Commonwealth is the PSA, ma'am.
Okay, Commonwealth. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I believe the plan is to close only the period of interpellation tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because,
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Thursday, June 3, 2021.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.